Mr. Siminya.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioner Mabena. I think we are having the next witness from SERI to deal with this morning.
Mr. Brickhill.
Good morning, Chairperson. Morning, Commissioner. Yes, we have the next witness available. It's Ms. Royston. And she's available and ready to be sworn.
Okay.
Ms. Royston, good morning.
Good morning, Advocate.
Please give us your full names.
My name's Lauren Ann Royston.
Do you swear the evidence you are about to give us will be the truth, only the truth? And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Mr. Siminya. Advocate Brickhill.
Chairperson and indebted to my learned friend. Morning, Ms. Royston.
Morning, Advocate Brickhill.
And you should have before you a file that is SERI File 1. And you'll see that that file begins with a statement of Nomza Muzondo from page 1 of the statement.
Yes.
And if I could take you, please, to page 146 of the statement, of the file, I beg your pardon. You have it?
I do.
And that statement bears your name, supporting affidavit of Lauren Royston on behalf of SERI. And if I could take you first, please, to page 149.
Yes.
Your name appears there, and there's a signature that appears. Whose signature is that?
It's my signature.
And you confirm that you deposed to this affidavit.
I confirm.
If I could take you to paragraph 8 on page 148. Paragraph 8 of your affidavit.
Yes.
In that, you say, "I have read SERI's affidavit deposed to by Nomza Muzondo and confirm its contents insofar as they relate to me and my work." And in paragraph 9, you confirm that, and I quote, "I was involved in the drafting and or publishing of the resource guides, research reports, and working papers referenced in SERI's affidavit, and that I am competent to testify about the aspect of SERI's affidavit that relate to SERI's research and advocacy work in relation to the rights of occupiers in the inner city of Johannesburg and the contents of the aforementioned resource guides, research reports, and working papers." So the reference in paragraph 9 to SERI's affidavit is again a reference to the affidavit of Nomza Muzondo.
Yes.
If I can take you then back to Ms. Zondo's statement, and I'm sorry for the back and forth. If I can take you back to page 5 of that statement. Page 5, paragraph 5. Where Ms. Zondo says, "Where I rely on information not directly within my personal knowledge, I do so on the basis of the information derived from SERI's staff members, SERI's records, which fall under my control, and information made available to me by Lauren Royston, SERI's Director of Research, and Mr. Siyabonga Mahlangu, the Secretary General of the ICF." And there's a reference to your supporting affidavit, which is Annexure NZ1, and we were on that supporting affidavit a moment ago.
Yes.
So we see that the main SERI statement is an affidavit by Ms. Zondo. You filed a confirmatory confirming those aspects that relate to you and said something more in your supporting affidavit about your own role and qualifications. It would be helpful at this stage if you would indicate, just at a high level, those aspects of Ms. Zondo's statement which are are based on your expertise and input. And it might be helpful to do so with reference to the table of contents, which runs from page 2 to page 4 of her statement. To just highlight those parts that really come from you and are confirmed by your supporting affidavit, or come principally from you.
Yes, thank you. Inner city housing policies on page 23.
So that section that runs from page 23 to page 40, 42, 43 on inner city housing policies.
Correct.
Yes.
Housing affordability in the inner city on page 75.
Yes.
And then the research showing real-life experiences of occupiers from page 81, where we use 3 data sets and we address, using that data, the process of occupation on page 86, people residing in occupied buildings on page 95, access to basic services in occupied buildings on page 102, and aspects of the quality of life of inner city residents on page 110, as well as the unique experiences of women on page 126.
Thank you very much. So it's really 2 principal parts of the statement. The part that relates to the city's policies, running from page 23 to 42, and then the section of the statement that is based on research that you led, which runs from page 75 to page 127, 128, where the conclusions are set out.
That's correct.
Thank you. If I can take you then back to your supporting
Sorry, Advocate Brickell, I also contributed, if this is going to be part of my evidence, to the lessons, the steps.
Indeed.
Okay.
Indeed, the concluding part.
Okay.
If I can take you then back to your supporting affidavit, which appears at page 146.
Yes.
And you describe that you are currently SERI's Director of Research and Advocacy, and that you've been employed in various capacities at SERI, including as consultant, senior associate, and acting director of your current position. In paragraph 4, you refer to your academic qualifications. Could you please identify those for the Commission?
Yes. I hold all my degrees are from the University of the Witwatersrand. I hold a Bachelor of Arts in Political Studies in English, a Master of Science in Development Planning, and a Master of Arts in Creative Writing.
Thank you. And in paragraph 5, you refer to your fields of expertise. Please could you identify those for the Commission?
Yes, my fields of expertise pertain to land and housing, and that expertise comes from before my association with SERI, which was a period of time before 1994, and then in the immediate aftermath of the transition to democracy, where I worked on numerous land and housing policies for the new government and with the new government. Land administration and land governance is really a direction, a deepening of the land and housing work. Development planning is my qualification, and in that respect, I worked on the new planning system in South Africa, the integrated development planning system, and I particularly contributed to the development of housing chapters, planning for housing, municipal planning for housing. And then before 94 and subsequently, I have worked on, in various capacities, what I've called community participation and anti-evictions work. My particular emphasis in the last period of time has been on urban tenure security and urban land reform.
And just to fill out the picture, prior to joining SERI, and I understand you were at SERI in different periods, but where else have you worked on these issues?
So prior to starting my work with SERI, which commenced as an expert witness, my work with, well, in fact, it was with the Centre for Applied Studies on the Olivia Road case. And then I was involved in the negotiations, in the relocation, and so on. Prior to that, I worked as a consultant in my consulting practice, where I worked for various national departments on housing and land-related policy, with the city of Johannesburg in some contracts, as well as undertaking work for I think it was about a 7-year period with a program called the Urban Land Markets Program, which was a donor-funded program which looked at how poor people access and hold land, particularly in informal land markets. And that's really where I deepened my insights into how people gain access to land when neither the state nor the private sector provide, which laid a very good foundation, I thought, for the work on occupations in the inner city. I also worked for 3 years with an organization called the Association for Rural Advancement, where we looked at the question of land access in the setting of private commercial farms in the Midlands. And there in particular, we worked on a case on whether or not people are entitled or can be provided with access to basic services on privately owned land.
Thank you. In paragraph 6, you refer to your writing, the research and presentation of academic papers, and that you've published extensively on urban land tenure security, access to housing, and upgrading of informal settlements. You refer elsewhere to SERI's publications and your involvement in them, but could you give a sense of your academic publications on these relevant subjects?
So I'll give 2 examples. The one is a book that I co-edited back in, I know my son was just born, I think it must have been 1999 or 2000, on urban tenure security in a number of developing countries. That was a book I co-edited and wrote a chapter for, and the introduction and conclusion. And then more recently, in 2017, I co-edited a book on, which we called Untitled, which was on urban tenure security in rural and urban South Africa. And my particular contribution, as well as the introduction and conclusion with the co-editors, was a chapter on San Jose, the Olivia Road matter.
Thank you very much. If we can turn then to your role as SERI's Research and Advocacy Director. And Ms. Zondo already spoke to SERI's operations and the different departments and explained that you head that team. Could you give an overview, and it's described in paragraph 7 of your statement, but the work that department of SERI does, the team that you head?
Right, so I'm responsible for directing the work of both research and advocacy across the 3 thematic areas of work, which Nomzamo Zondo mentioned the day before yesterday. Securing a home, which is housing, which is where the inner city work is located. Making a living, which is about livelihoods and access to economic opportunity. And expanding political space, which is about protest, policing, and so on. The way that we work in the program is through the production of different kinds of publications. And the publications range from resource guides to law and practice, in which we research the law, the case law, and what we learn from our clients and partners around practice, how they use the law, what the blockages are that they experience, and what their practices can tell us about what is often a gap or a mismatch between law and practice, on one hand, and then on the other hand, we have quite in-depth research reports on a range of different topics, and I can give you a few examples if you'd like. But those research reports are important because they give us the evidence base and the credibility for the advocacy work. We find that what we need to do, commissioners, is produce shorter, what we call fact sheets, somewhat executive summaries, but more topic-based, in order to expand our reach, because a dense research report certainly has an audience, but for advocacy work, we find it necessary to translate some of those products into simpler, more accessible outputs, and indeed translate them into other South African languages. And then we have done a number of other kinds of research reports. I'll mention two. The one we call policy briefs, which is where we've done the research. As SERI, we understand the law and the litigation that's been requested of us. And then we are able to say things about policy, how to implement a policy better, where there's a policy gap perhaps, and those are our policy briefs. And then finally, our community practice notes, which are at 712, are where we try and document the experiences of our clients and partners in different domains. And this centers around the struggles for socioeconomic rights realization.
Thank you very much.
I should mention advocacy, if I may.
Please.
So advocacy at 7.2 is everybody in series involved in advocacy. And you may have noticed that the media advocacy often involves our attorneys and the lawyers in our organization taking requests and questions from the media, as well as the research and development program. There are three dimensions to our advocacy. Media advocacy is intending to try and influence the public discourse or public opinion about a particular matter based on the law, the legal requirements, and what our clients are telling us is important. And that's press statements, opinion editorials, television and radio interviews, and responding to media requests. And then policy advocacy, which takes broadly two different dimensions. One is that we will respond to published draft policies, for example, where the public, as part of the public participation process, will make submissions. And then we undertake direct engagement with policy stakeholders and officials. And that's very important to us because CERI's often seen as primarily a litigious organization, and we do a lot of work trying to engage the state. And then the third dimension is community advocacy, which includes, for example, annual strategic meetings with our partners, popular education workshops, coordination around joint submissions, and so on.
Thank you very much. If we may, I would then like to take you back to the main statement of Ms. Zondo at page 11. Where Ms. Zondo has dealt with the three thematic areas, which you've also mentioned, and then turns to address SERI's relevant publications, relevant to the proceedings of the Commission. And there are some 12 publications identified there, and you've spoken to the different types of publications that SERI produces. These 12 that have been identified here, were you involved in identifying those as relevant to the Commission's proceedings? And they're all attached to the main statement, so the full copy of each is provided. In the interests of time and focus, I don't intend to take you through the individual publications in detail, but I would ask you to highlight certain publications, and I'm going to take you to some and then also ask if you have any others to highlight, and just ask you to indicate at a high level what the publication was about, and if there was a research finding or set of findings, what the high-level findings were. So if we could begin, the first set of publications in 22.1 relate to evictions and relocations, and there are 7 publications published at different times over the last, over a decade, that are identified there. And I would ask you to highlight any of those that you would place particular emphasis on for the purposes of the Commission, and perhaps starting with the first one, the March 2022 analysis of eviction applications. in Johannesburg. If it's more coherent to you to take them in a different order, please do. But I would ask you to highlight that.
Thank you. I would like to take them in a slightly different order, if you don't mind. A bit of a chronological order, I think, tells the story less of SERI as an organization and the publications that we've undertaken, but more of the nature of the need that's been identified when our client communities and partners come to us and make requests. So I would in fact start with a significant publication, 22.2.2, in fact not in the section you've asked me to
Yes.
look at, if you'll bear with me.
Yes. Minding the gap.
Minding the Gap. Minding the Gap was an important piece of work because what it did was identified a persistent problem, which is the lack of affordable rental accommodation in the inner city. And it reviewed supply and demand at the time, in 2012 into 2013, and it identified that there was a gap, hence the title, for people who earn below 3,200 Rand a month. This was back in 2011, 2012, and it identified that that gap is really important because half the people living in the inner city fall into that segment. So that was important, and was then led us to contemplate. At the time, there had been significant case law based on the housing rights jurisprudence. And so 22.1.4, we produced a publication called Evictions and Alternative Accommodation in South Africa. The 2016 version is version 2. Version 1 was in 2013. We updated it once, and we're currently updating it now. What we did with that publication is review the relevant case law, and further, we tried to extract key principles that were effectively shifting, trying to balance the right to housing and the right to property. And that's how we review some of the jurisprudence in that report, tracking history, the infamous Prevention of Illegal Squatting Act, the common law, through to Section 26, the PI Act, and the case law that's developed. And we extract a series of procedural and substantive principles from that case law to guide municipalities. This was an important publication. We subsequently came to add the use of interdicts. That was the one update, and we're currently updating it with raids and the impact of raids.
Ms. Royston, if I could pause you there, you would have heard Ms. Zondo testify and speak to the developments in the law 2 days ago. Those events are also described in the statement and the development of the law. Would that have been derived in part from this publication that you identify?
Yes, and certainly in the research team, we used this publication to do some of that drafting, which was then supplemented in this affidavit by the legal team. The importance for me of this example is how it links litigation, because we were drawing on the case law, not only cases that SERI had been involved in, obviously, and not only in the inner city of Johannesburg, but it gave us the basis to then go to the South African Local Government Association in 2014 and open a door for advocacy, which then led to what they called a roadshow, which was going around the country to municipalities, communicating the results, and in particular, the implications for municipalities. Then what happened is that we identified that people that were living in alternative accommodation were experiencing a series of difficulties. In fact, I haven't identified that here, but we did a series of community practice notes, which we do reference in the rest of the affidavit. And what we identified there was some problems with management and maintenance in the alternative accommodation. So, for example, we looked at mothbuilding, we looked at MBV1, and we looked at Igutuleni, which was involved with the Gladler case. And we had several findings based on what people were telling us about their experiences. That then gave us the ability to reflect on what the policy implications might be, which we then did at 22.1.2, and
The policy brief on adequate temporary alternative accommodation.
yes. And there's another policy brief in here at 22.3.1. So as a result of that, we developed 2 policy briefs to document our policy advocacy as the basis for engaging the state. So at 22.3.1, the Affordable Public Rental Housing Policy Brief motivates for a way to fill the gap of that majority of people, well, 49 to 50% of people who earn below 3,200 Rand a month. And I'm sure the topic of public rental housing will come up later. It features in ICHIP as well, so I'll just flag that for now. The adequate temporary alternative accommodation looked at, prior to the city developing SPREE, the Special Process for Relocating Evictees, and their transitional housing program, we tried to promote what a policy framework for adequate temporary alternative accommodation would look like. And that's important, I think, because it brings in a planning framework, which is suggesting that municipalities look at, plan proactively for homelessness in their areas of jurisdiction, on the assumption that proactive planning would then enable municipalities to apply for the Emergency Housing Program grant funding. We also developed a national framework because we recognized that municipalities needed support. What was important for us at the time was that both SALGA, the South African Local Government Association, and the City Support Program in National Treasury partnered with us on the launch of that publication. So for us, that was very important that we were engaging the state, and key institutions were seeing the value of the proposals. And then finally, I think I'll mention, there's two things I'd like to go to now before I get to the final one. At 22.1.3, relocating to alternative accommodation, legal and practical guidelines. Commissioners, we felt this was important because partly of what we heard from our clients and documented in what I mentioned earlier, which was the community practice notes. But we also saw that some guidelines for practitioners, whether they're municipal practitioners or practitioners in the public interest law sector, might benefit from guidelines for relocations because of the traumatic nature of a relocation, and because of the need to identify people's needs and existing livelihoods. So we drew on the law, but we also developed practical guidelines, which were based, for example, on the Olivia Road relocation, as well as other relocations that SERI had been involved in. And that gave us an opportunity to identify some important principles around establishing, before relocation occurs, establishing an understanding of the lease agreements and, where necessary, negotiating the lease agreements. And the key problem that we'd identified, Mazondo on Tuesday spoke about the importance of agency. And what we discovered, what we witnessed, I should say, in many of the relocations was the disruption, I would go so far in some cases as to say the destruction of people's agency. So if you imagine that one day people are self-organized in a building occupation, and overnight they've become tenants essentially in public rental accommodation, albeit on a temporary basis. Their committees, their local management practices were in many of the relocations undermined, if not destroyed. So we felt that that was a very important aspect of the relocation process. And then finally, the question we began asking ourselves, and we're still asking it, is what's going on in court with PI matters? What's going on in the Magistrates Court? 22.1.1, that's the publication. We're currently writing up our findings of what's going on in the Johannesburg High Court. The importance of this, I think, for these proceedings is that first report highlights that many of the cases that are brought to court originate in rental problems. So again, we go back to the beginning, if you like, in Minding the Gap, which identifies the absence of affordable rental accommodation, so that when we look at what goes on in court, it confirms the rental affordability problem. It also identifies the importance, and this is not blowing our own horn or trumpet, because we're not the only public interest law organization involved in this, but it identifies the importance of representation at court. And very often people are unrepresented unless there's a public interest law organization involved.
Thank you. And in terms of the findings of what's going on in court, when there are lawyers involved or not involved, and the application of PI?
It's not a very positive story, if I may put it like that. If I was to try and summarize it in one line, which I'd obviously rather not do, but let me try, is there's a significant amount of non-compliance in the Magistrates Court with the provisions of PI, which might include the provision of alternative accommodation, for example. But perhaps most alarmingly was the absence of representation. And this then makes it very important, if we follow our logic with how research findings lead to advocacy, this is then suggestive of advocacy with the Magistrates Commission, for example.
Thank you. So you've given an overview of the relevant publications over this decade plus, and you've highlighted some of them that have particular significance and implications, and those are all attached to the main statement.
Yes.
If there's nothing further that you would want to add in relation to those publications, I'd now like to move to the question of the inner city housing policies,
Right.
which begins at page 23. You've referred to some of these policies already in passing, but in this section of the statement, you deal with them in detail, you and Ms. Zondo, as confirmed by you. And this section of the statement is really in two parts. It begins by tracing the policies chronologically, or broadly chronologically, and highlighting the main features. So these are the City of Johannesburg's policies in relation to inner city housing. And then at the end, there are 4 conclusions that are drawn about those policies as a whole, or about the development of those policies over time. So what I'd now like to do is to take you through the policies, and we'll move chronologically, Ms. Royston. And again, I will ask you to highlight those aspects of the policies that are particularly salient and relevant for the Commission. And it's likely that the more recent policies are more relevant and have more bearing than the policies from the early 1990s, for example. But we'll move through chronologically and be guided by you in terms of what's most relevant. So we begin in paragraph 49, and you touch on both the contents of the policies and, where possible, implementation to the extent that there is knowledge of implementation. And you begin at paragraph 49 with the Spatial and Economic Framework, 1991 to 2000, on page 24. Could you introduce this framework to the Commission and identify those aspects of it that you consider relevant today?
Right, yes. Chairperson and Commissioner Mabena, I would highlight that this spatial and economic framework does a number of important things. The one is it's the first time, and there's a narrative that I'll try and identify as we go through the policies, but it's where we come across the bad buildings terminology for the first time. And the framework identifies the need to both upgrade existing housing and create new units to meet demand. This remains the key issue from a housing point of view in the inner city. This was in 1996, I believe, and the statistics there are obviously outdated, but it's useful, I think, to identify that there were 37,000 units in the inner city in a state of disrepair at that point in time. And there are targets set here. 10,000 of those 37, sorry, the 10,000 of the 37 were in a state of disrepair. And the framework identified that 5,000 units were to be included in the bad buildings program. 2,000 were to be demolished, and 3,000 units were to be improved. So those three categories of action, I believe, are quite important. So we have at 4931 a program to address bad buildings. And here we rely on, it's very hard to track the implementation record in the city of Johannesburg. So we've relied on some secondary sources, which we reference in the footnotes. Only 12 to 15, only now seems like perhaps not such a low achievement, but 12 to 15 were successfully refurbished and renovated of 150 buildings. So that is the Bad Buildings Program, which changes its name but continues right up until the present day. The second program focused on transitional and social housing stock. The social housing program continues until today. We identify the plan, the targeting. The transitional housing program is a slightly more complicated story to tell, which I can do if you'd like me to. And the targeting for the social housing program was people earning 1,500 to 2,500 Rand per month. This targeting has shifted over the intervening years to be higher than this. And then the third program focused on households earning 3,500 to 12,000 a month in order to increase supply. So this idea of segmenting the market, segmenting affordability, differentiating supply is present here, and we think it continues to be relevant.
Yeah. Thank you. And so you've identified the three programs that fell under the framework: the Bad Buildings Program, the social housing, transitional and social housing, and the final one of, well, you separated actually, social, sorry, bear with me. Bad buildings, social housing, transitional housing. And those are dealt with in a little bit more detail from paragraphs 50 to 52. Is there anything that you would highlight in relation to the continuation of those programs, or have you covered them in your overview? On bad buildings, you've spoken to the 150 bad buildings that were identified. The indications are that 12 to 15 were addressed, and you've spoken to the social housing and transitional housing. Is there anything further that you want to emphasize?
Yes, I would only emphasize one point, one further point, which is the benefit of hindsight. The program outlines this concept of building reclamation and relies on private rental and private sector renovation. The significant point, and Nomzamo Zondo made it earlier in the week, is that it was a buildings focus. It didn't focus on the people that were living there. In fact, it ignored them, and this was one of the reasons that the private sector focus was difficult to implement. The other reason around the role of the private sector was that where there was redevelopment, the units that were developed were out of reach for the people who were currently living in the buildings.
And in relation to the inner city transitional housing policy and the transitional housing program, is there anything that you would highlight in relation to those aspects?
I would highlight that the idea of transitional housing was important, and it really adopted the framework of sort of social welfare and shelters in its framing. And this was an important, as the city would have said at the time, the officials in the city, an important rung on the ladder of housing. But there were problems with implementation. There was a pilot. It didn't go much further than that. And this program, in fact, was terminated, I think, in 2007. And the next time we see temporary housing, it's important that it came much later, because what the city of Johannesburg was doing in the interim was being reactive, if you like, to cases that were brought to it about the provision of alternative accommodation. So the transitional housing policy in concept was not framed in the context of a pie in section 26.3. It had different origins, and we know about Ladla and how that transitional shelter framework didn't pass constitutional muster. And it's only much later that the city comes to develop SPREE, the special program for the relocation of evictees, and the transitional housing program.
Thank you, and we'll return to some of those aspects later. From paragraph 53, you introduced the Johannesburg 2030 Master Plan from 2002, which was a big picture master plan targeting certain big picture developments by 2030. And you describe, Ms. Zondo describes in paragraph 53, the subparagraphs, the focus on regeneration, inner city regeneration. Would you speak to that master plan and this concept of regeneration?
Yes, what's important in this chronology of housing policy, I would first highlight that there are policy frameworks and implementation plans that refer to the inner city as a whole, the inner city, particularly Region F, and then there are city-wide policies and programs within which you will find the inner city identified. And this is important because here we see inner city regeneration feature for the first time. It had obviously been evident before, but this is the policy that captures the concept of regeneration. And in the affidavit, we trace what happens with that concept of regeneration and the impact it's had on poor people living in the inner city. I might be jumping the gun. We don't have a problem with the idea of regeneration at all. What we have a problem with is the idea of regeneration that isn't inclusive. We believe that it's possible to have a regeneration vision that includes poor people who are currently living in the inner city.
And you speak to that in paragraph 53.4, where you say inner city regeneration features for the first time in this framework, the Johannesburg 2030 Master Plan. And you say, in our view, Ms. Zondo says, as confirmed by you, in our view, regeneration is not a problem in and of itself, as long as it is cognizant of who lives in the area to be regenerated. As our review will reveal, this was not the case. And in paragraph 54, you then turn to deal with, having now made the distinction between Johannesburg-wide policies such as this 2030 master plan, you turn to deal with the inner city regeneration strategy from 2003. And you speak to what that policy focused on the inner city sought to achieve. Is there any aspect of that policy that you would highlight?
I think what's important about the policy is this golden thread, which is the question of who has a place in the inner city of Johannesburg. And this policy strategy aimed to curb urban decay, revitalize the inner city by attracting middle and upper class residents. It doesn't say to the detriment of people currently living there, but the impact was to the detriment of people who were currently living there. So, for example, sinkholes were a particular terminology that took hold for a while, which were essentially areas of urban decay and included bad buildings. So it does target affordable accommodation, but as we see, there's been this persistent problem of targeting the majority of people who currently live in the inner city, and that hasn't changed over the years. So although it mentions affordable accommodation, the approach it advances is in fact at odds with that. We needed to see an increase of supply of affordable accommodation, and I think in a sense herein lies the nub. Because in an ideal world, we would segment income groups and we would target supply in proportion to the need. So we would focus primarily on the people below 3,200 Rand a month, or households, but there are competing priorities around revitalization, regeneration, attracting private sector investment. But instead of making some inroads, at least, into that segment of the population, the impact of this regeneration strategy was evictions. And this is the beginning of a large-scale process of eviction in the inner city. Regeneration was not twinned with an inclusive approach. It was twinned with removing the poorest people from the inner city.
You speak to those issues in paragraph 54.5, where you say that this policy, the ICRS, shows that the city did not envision a place for the poor in the inner city, nor did it understand its obligations under Section 26 of the Constitution. And in the sub-paragraphs, you then speak to the vision in 54.5.1, the final sentence, being one of gradual displacement of the poor from the urban core through a process of accelerated state-assisted gentrification. And in 54.5.2, you refer to the issue of sinkholes and evictions and blitz operations. And 54.5.3, the idea of cleaning up the inner city, and that this was synonymous with clearing out its poor residents. Is there anything that you would add? You've spoken to those issues now in your testimony. Is there anything that you would add in relation to what's said in 54.5?
I would only emphasize Section 26 of the Constitution, because I've already mentioned the litigation, the evictions that ensued. Litigation obviously did not capture all of that forced removal, all of those evictions, but it was at this point that the problem, from the city's perspective, if you like, of Section 26.3 in particular, and the PI Act, we would call it an opportunity, obviously, or it doesn't even have to be termed in those phrases. It was a requirement. It had not been taken on board by the City of Johannesburg at this stage.
Thank you, Ms. Royston. Chairperson, I see that it is 11:05. I've got a little over the hour. It would be a convenient time for us to take the break if it suits the Commission.
We'll take a 15-minute adjournment. Mr. Prikil.
Thank you, Chairperson, Commissioner Mabena. Ms. Royston, you're still under oath, and we were dealing with the progression of the policies over time. And before the break, you had testified regarding the Johannesburg 2030 Master Plan of 2002 and the Inner City Regeneration Strategy from 2003, and focused in particular on this concept of regeneration and the associated ideas of cleaning up and sinkholes and so on. Chairperson, and I should perhaps have indicated this earlier, that as we have endeavored to include the policies as far as we've been able to find them in the separate policy bundle, and where appropriate, we'll refer to those in the policy bundle.
Yes.
Ms. Royston, if we could continue then from page 30 of Ms. Zondo's statement, where you introduced the Urban Development Zone tax incentive. What was that initiative? You say it was introduced by Minister of Finance Trevor Manuel in 2003. And what, if any, is its significance?
I think what's important about this, Commissioners, is that it's a tool for urban regeneration in order to incentivize private sector investment, particularly in affordable rental housing. Initially, it was established for 5 years. So I think there's consistency here with how the city envisages the private sector partnership role. And indeed, it's a tool to facilitate that.
Thank you. And you continue at paragraph 56 to refer to an event in May 2007 when the then Mayor Amos Masondo hosted the Inner City Summit. Do you have any comment in relation to that event?
I think, again, it's important because of what it tells us about the trajectory of policy development. And what's very important about it, which I think I'll be returning to later, is the political leadership. So there was real political backing, and there was leadership behind this, focus on the inner city in particular. It led to a charter, a regeneration charter, and what's important...
And it's that you refer to in paragraph 57.
Correct. If we're looking for that, for the Commission's purposes, the thread of occupied buildings, bad buildings, and so on, it's there. Where what we see now is a shift in the language, which I think is important, from bad buildings to better buildings program, which is an effort to be proactive, which is what I think is noteworthy. But the terminology of elimination of bad buildings, what we alert you to at 5751 is that the reference to the elimination of bad buildings has very unfortunate echoes with the informal settlement eradication, which has had a long history, and the language matters because it took a very long time and a significant court case in the informal settlement sector for that idea, concept of eradication to lead to informal settlement upgrading. The drafters of, in this case, the informal settlement policy may have had a more progressive intention in mind. I'm not sure, but the consequences of this idea took years and years to replace with the idea of upgrading. So I would highlight that about this. And furthermore, again, it's the buildings are the policy focus, not the people. Urban management at 5753 is really important. Essential function for the city of Johannesburg. It's got many different dimensions, but it's the problem of urban management that leads us in the first place to deterioration in buildings in the inner city, and ultimately their abandonment and the whole sequence of events that then follows.
Thank you. You then say in paragraph 58 that the residential development section of Part B of the Charter, the 2007 Charter that we were just looking at, led to the Inner City Housing Action Plan, ICHAP, as distinct from ICHIP, which we'll come to in due course. For reference purposes, Chairperson and Commissioner, ICHAP appears in the SERI policy bundle from page 56. Ms. Royston, what was the significance of ICHAP? What was this about? What was this initiative?
So for me, I would firstly emphasize again the continuity. We get the summit, we get the charter, and now we get the action plan. So on paper at least, there's a coherency from political leadership right through to an action plan. And again, it's the demand for affordable housing that is emphasized in the action plan. Notably, it's, to my knowledge anyway, the first time that we see the term hijacked buildings for the first time in this action plan. And whilst we, and my colleague, Dr. Wilhelm Solomon, spoke extensively about this yesterday, it's not simply a terminological or semantic problem. It's what it conveys, the notion of hijacked. But what's important in this action plan is the recognition, for the first time, I would say, in my understanding of this policy trajectory, is that occupations are the only affordable option. So it may call the buildings hijacked buildings, which we submit in the statement is an undifferentiated and unhelpful term. But what is important is that it understands that underlying this problem is something systemic, which is about affordability, and it understands occupations in this context.
And the statement mentions that in 58.2, ICHAP aimed to provide 50,000 new residential units by 2015, with a focus on allocating 20,000 of those units for the lowest income bracket, either in the city or near it.
That's important. The target setting is important, and I do believe it will be very important to hear directly from the city of Johannesburg about the achievement of these targets. Broadly, as I said earlier, it's hard to identify. We have found it hard to identify. But broadly, these targets haven't been met, and it's understanding those challenges that I think the Commission has an opportunity to try and break this unrealistic target setting.
If we move then to page 33 and paragraph 59, you now introduce the Inner City Property Scheme of 2007, so we're still in the same period of 2007. And the revision of that scheme into the Better Buildings program. Is there anything that you would highlight in relation to these developments?
Yes, I would. I think it's important at this point to note that the Johannesburg Property Company becomes a player at this point. The revision into the Better Building program, which you've mentioned. And I would also say, by way of highlighting, is that on paper, social impact is there. However, as the Commission has heard previously, the social housing model does not accommodate close to half the inner city's households' incomes. And only 10% of privately developed buildings in the inner city property scheme were available for low-income groups. So here there's an important point to make, which I'm sure we'll come back to, which is the question of priorities and balancing intended outcomes. What I mean by that is the JPC's mandate, the way that JPC saw the buildings was prioritizing sales, generating income. On the other side, you had the housing department, who was acknowledging the lack of affordable rental accommodation. And what happens ultimately is that my understanding is that you have a policy framework and a strategy. What really counts is how all of that gets reflected in the key performance indicators of officials. So if I'm sitting in JPC and one of my performance indicators pertains to income generation, and I'm sitting in the Department of Housing or Human Settlements, and my performance, my KPI, refers to the delivery of affordable housing, and I need some of those buildings to help with supply, there's an inconsistency institutionally there that I think is part of the problem.
And you make that point around the JPC prioritizing sales and income generation at the expense of affordable housing in 59.4.
Yes.
We move then on page 34, paragraph 60, to the Inner City Transformation Roadmap of 2013, defined as the roadmap, which the statement of Ms. Zondo describes as being designed to transform and revitalize Johannesburg's inner city, serving as a framework for the city to implement the 2040 growth and development strategy. So again, a fairly big picture, long-term framework we're operating in. And in the sub-paragraphs, Ms. Zondo's statement refers to the issues of inclusive and affordable accommodation, law enforcement, and systemic housing problem. Are there aspects of that roadmap that you would highlight?
Yes, if I may. Chairperson and Commissioner Mabena, when we look at this policy, what's significant about it is its transformation objectives. So that's significant because really, I would say for the first time, there's a revitalization approach which is looking at transformation and potentially a better balance or a more inclusive regeneration. So by this time in 2013, we see the beginnings of that. What's important is the language again, and what underpins it, 60.1, an inclusive inner city. So I would say that the shift to the language of transformation and the inclusion of an inclusive inner city pillar is significant. And it's here that we see, and I know Dr. Zach will speak more to this, it's here that we see no single model will fit the housing needs of all. Our contention is, how do you prioritize amongst competing interests? What is a good balance or a better balance? And we also say at this point that the roadmap is strong on law enforcement, but it also recognizes affordable housing options, taking on the constitutional requirements and the development of the law around the provision of alternative accommodation. So we say that there's a new iteration of bad buildings here, and this seems important. Also, there's an analysis in this roadmap which is more systemic in nature. It looks at root causes, whereas before you can see how the language of sinkholes and the exclusionary nature of the regeneration vision hasn't really done that to date. If I was to be very critical, I don't think the case law was adequately accommodated in this, and it was well developed at this point. But importantly, there's recognition of the occupiers' rights, which is a first.
In 60.3, the statement also refers to a target that the roadmap aimed to deliver 2,175 rental units and emergency shelters by 2016.
Yes.
Do you have any comment to add or any knowledge in terms of the achievement of that target specifically?
Not specifically, but I think what we see is the difficulty of the public-private partnership and the delivery of affordable rental accommodation, which iChip, as we heard yesterday, takes on and places quite centrally in how to understand supply.
So if we, I think we've
Sorry,
covered...
I would,
Yes,
sorry,
please go
I would
ahead.
add at 60.3 that here we see emergency shelters. So we see from way back, from the transitional housing program, we now see the emergence of temporary accommodation again. And that's important.
Thank you. So moving from the roadmap, and we're still moving chronologically, that was 2013, we have what is not a policy but actually a bylaw, the Problem Properties Bylaw of 2014. And that was covered to some extent. It was relied on in part one by the Commission. And this is now the City of Johannesburg's bylaw to deal with dilapidated, abandoned, and problematic properties within its jurisdiction. And the statement describes the framework that it creates, the obligations that it imposes. Do you have any comment to add in relation to the bylaw, which just comes in this sequence of events?
So I think the Problem Properties Bylaw, again, the language, they are now problem properties. And I think that that's probably a good progression. The framework is important. This is the urban management function that I mentioned earlier. And it's at this point that the potential for the city to play that urban management role expresses itself in this bylaw. In a way, a great deal of damage has already been done because so many buildings have not been part of that urban management framework. Debts have mounted, owners have abandoned, and everything else that flows from that you would have seen in some of the inspections. So there's the potential here for an authorized official to play a very important role. I noted in the COO's witness statement that the city hasn't implemented this due to what he says, or they say, I'm not sure, in that statement, that it doesn't pass constitutional muster. I'm not in a position to comment on that, but the important point is that this is an urban management tool that was quite late in development, but could help address the urban management shortfall. The importance is the role of inspectors and the potential capacity it creates for administrators.
Thank you. So in the same year, we now reach the beginning of the development of iChip, which is dealt with in paragraph 62 on page 36. There have already been references to iChip in the evidence of other witnesses, and you yourself have referred to it. And the statement introduces iChip, the Inner City Housing Implementation Plan of 2014, as a 5-year housing strategy to cover the years 2017 to 2021 for the inner city. For reference purposes, iChip appears in the policy bundle at page 244. But I'd ask you then to speak to what iChip now introduced. You've placed some emphasis on it already in your evidence. What was important about this development?
So with iChip, what we see is a housing strategy for the inner city. The continuity point is important because it was informed by the inner city transformation roadmap, which I alluded to earlier. It was it was approved by the mayoral committee in 2017. It was sent for public participation. And for example, our organization and others were part of that public participation process. However, it wasn't adopted by council. That's an important status point.
You refer to those events in paragraph 62.7 at page 37.
Yes, I'm jumping a little bit, apologies. What's important about iChip is that 62.3, it's got a proper approach. It acknowledges the limited availability of affordable option, and it's really innovative in the way that it intends or proposes to address what we saw right from the beginning that we documented in Minding the Gap, which was affordable rental accommodation. It talks about private and public rooms for rent, which are a significant intervention in our view. What it does as well, and I know Dr. Zach will talk to this in more detail, is that it has a menu of options. It doesn't only focus on one thing. So it doesn't say the solution to the housing crisis is social housing or the private sector. There's a role for many of these, and it tries to fill that gap around affordable rental accommodation. What else is important about it is that it adopts a supply approach, so it identifies, I think it's 5 housing delivery options, and then it has a housing facilitation component alongside the supply component, which really addresses some of what the problems have been to date. So what we see is the city's approach is acknowledging that there's an important, it's an umbrella term, but a facilitation role. It's not simply about the private sector partnership, evictions, alternative accommodation. It's, although alternative accommodation is in there too, it's looking in a holistic manner. So I do believe that that's important, and what Nomzamo Zondo says there at 62.6 is ICHIP grasped the nettle at last, at least on paper. I think that if we were to be critical, which I'm loath to do because any criticism pales in significance compared to what it actually offers us for the first time, I would like to see that there's close matching, and Dr. Zach can address this tomorrow, as I keep saying. But if you've got 50% of the population earning below 3,200 Rand a month, which is an outdated figure now, where should the balance of effort be placed? How do you prioritize? And this again gets to that critical issue of how do you deal with competing interests, and how do you accommodate commercial interests and constitutional rights? And that is, I think, sits at the center of this. But to be honest, any progress in this regard would be a very welcome achievement.
Perhaps it's worth highlighting 62.4, where the statement records that ICHIP aimed to deliver 9,500 accommodation opportunities, accommodating around 35,650 low and middle income residents through the various delivery programs that you've described. That target is recorded here. Do you have any comment in relation to that?
We have been it's a very perplexing question. What about the implementation of ICHIP? And I think it's a question that needs to be asked directly of the city. So here we have targets. I can't speak directly to the delivery of those targets, but I can speak to the fact that from the perspective of the work that we do, that there's a woefully inadequate supply of temporary emergency accommodation, and that we're still sitting with where do people go after the temporary period ends, and what is the nature of that temporary period, because there are no other affordable accommodation options. So I would be bold enough to say that I don't think the city's got very far with this, and encourage the Commission to ask the city this question directly. In addition, if we were to say, well, what about what else has been supplied in the inner city as a whole, our experience tells us that there's been a tremendous lag in the delivery of other subsidized housing in the country, but certainly in the city of Johannesburg. For example, Siri has been involved for 10 years with an informal settlement upgrading program, which is an in situ upgrade. There's been very little progress. So we see that there are obstacles to the supply of affordable accommodation, subsidized ownership options that aren't in the inner city, as well as affordable rental accommodation in the inner city.
Thank you. You've already described, as recorded in 62.7, that ICHIP was approved by the mayoral committee and sent for public participation, but appears not to have been adopted by the council ultimately, and that you've described the limits of your own knowledge about its implementation subsequently.
And I should add that the ICHIP was envisaged as a strategy for 5 years, from 2017 to 2021. We are now past the 2021 date, but the concepts and approach in ICHIP remain extremely relevant today.
Thank you. In paragraph 63, you then move to the inclusionary housing policy introduced in 2019, and you explain how this aimed to incentivize property developers to include affordable housing in their projects. Do you have any comment to add in relation to this policy, including whom it targeted and its aims?
It's an important initiative because it's a way of obligating the private sector to provide affordable accommodation in relation to the city's function to, for example, increase densities on a site. So it brings together the city's approvals function, which gives the city the authority to make requests of the private sector. So this development process here, this project on this site, please include 30% of affordable housing. Doesn't have to be in that property. It could be elsewhere in the city. But it's a private sector related policy, which we think has a role to play, but it does not respond, or has not. And I don't think in concept can respond to our key target group here, which is people earning below 3,200 Rand a month. It really starts above that. And if it were to be implemented, that again, I need to say, I think would be a significant achievement and an important contribution to the systemic housing problem.
Mm-hmm. The statement says in paragraph 63.2 at page 38 that this policy targets households with monthly incomes of 3,500 to 7,000 Rand. So it's targeting that layer of the population. In paragraph 64, we then turn to a 2021 policy. It has slightly different titles in the text and in footnote 41, but it's really the policy of the city that deals with TEA. And in footnote 41, it's referred to as the Temporary Emergency Accommodation Provision Policy. So we're here dealing with TEA. What's the significance of this policy, and what would you add in relation to it?
So, Commissioners, what I would emphasize here is that this is an important point because we see a policy that responds to the case law. It provides the kind of framework we were advocating for in the temporary alternative accommodation policy brief. So it's important. And the emergency situations ties it in with the emergency housing program, which my colleague Nomzamo Zondo addressed in some detail on Tuesday. The important point here is that it was preceded by something called SPRI, which I've mentioned before, and this now becomes the policy framework to deal with temporary housing needs during emergency situations, including evictions. Includes households with monthly incomes below 3,500 Rand. And yeah, I think that I would flag that the city is responding here to its Section 26(3) obligations. We have heard, though, already in the Commission that the provision of TEA is inadequate. We've also heard the budgetary constraints, and from Advocate Semenya yesterday, he drew our attention to progressive realization and within available resources. So perhaps we can engage further in questions of clarity, but I think what's important here is the emergency housing program. It provides the grant funding. We need to better understand why it's not being used, and it has the potential to respond to the variety of problems before the Commission's attention, both the temporary alternative accommodation problem as well as the repair and improvement of occupied buildings. So it's a tremendous opportunity that I don't think has been fully explored or adopted, and I honestly am not sure why. But the framework exists. We've included the emergency housing program in your bundle, and it is not only for relocation. So we can see it as contributing, at least in the beginning for the first 3 years, to the big need, which is affordable rental accommodation in the inner city.
Perhaps for completeness, and since you've referred to it, it would be helpful to just go to the part of the statement that deals with the National Emergency Housing Program, and that's at page 48. It really begins at page 47, from paragraph 85, and as you say, Ms. Zondo testified to the origins of this program, that it was a response to the Grootboom decision, that it's contained in Chapter 12 of the National Housing Code and was adopted in 2004, and that it makes provision, as you say, for municipalities to apply for grants from provincial governments now although it's a national policy, to provide emergency housing. And you've alluded to the definition of the scope of the policy and the definition of emergencies. That appears at paragraph 87, and Ms. Zondo testified to it, and she drew attention to the sub-paragraphs that are underlined on page 87, which effectively define emergency to include evictions and demolitions, living in conditions that pose risks to life, health, and safety, exceptional housing need. You heard that testimony, and you've really summarized it now. Do you have anything to add in relation to the EHP, the Emergency Housing Program?
Firstly, it isn't used very much. Secondly, there's a perception that evictions aren't emergencies. Thirdly, for people who see or understand that evictions in this law, in this program, are seen to be emergencies, there's insufficient awareness, I would argue, about the potential this program gives us to do exactly what the City of Johannesburg needs to do around the inner city housing crisis, which is, at E, where proactive steps ought to be taken to forestall such consequences. That's in respect of eviction or imminent eviction. At F, again, the same wording, where proactive steps ought to be taken to forestall such consequences. This housing crisis in the inner city, which is the concern of the Commission of Inquiry, can be guided, I would argue, by that language. The city could be taking proactive steps and could be planning for homelessness and for emergency accommodation of both a temporary nature and, indeed, a permanent nature when we look at proposals for the incremental improvement, repair, and maintenance of the buildings that are currently occupied. It's there. I feel quite passionately about this point, so forgive me if I'm overemphasizing, but it's really important. There's an opportunity here for us and for the Commission to use this the framework is already there.
So we've traced the progression of the policies chronologically, and where we ended was in paragraph 64, the city's temporary emergency accommodation policy, and you've linked that to the national emergency housing program now in your testimony. And you've spoken to, and Ms. Zondo testified to this, what is described in paragraph 65 in terms of the implementation of the TEA policy, that it did respond to those court decisions, Blue Moonlight and so on. But as Ms. Zondo testified and as recorded in paragraph 65, in this regard, of the 10 accommodation alternatives delivered by the city, 9 were as a result of court orders. And the statement continues, the city has yet to embrace its obligations in a proactive manner. As I understand your evidence now, you're saying that the emergency housing program may provide some opportunities to be more proactive and sources of funding. Do you have anything to add in that regard?
Nothing further.
We've covered quite a long progression of policies, and we're now going to turn to certain concluding observations. But perhaps it would be helpful just before we do so, just to situate ourselves in what you would say then now, as we sit here today as the Commission, are the policies among those that we've covered that are most relevant and that should guide the Commission. You've emphasized, for example, ICHIP, and you've spoken now to the TEA policy and the EHP. Which of the policies would you particularly highlight as we come to the end of this, our own roadmap?
From a policy point of view, I would say the emergency housing program, ICHIP, TEA. I would also, I would fine-tune my response around ICHIP to say, can we look particularly at what's required for the rooms for rent? That's the affordable rental accommodation. That would then be formal as opposed to occupied.
Thank you. And there's one further policy that's been raised, but we haven't covered now in your testimony, and that's the upgrading of informal settlements program, the UISP. And you would have heard Dr. Wilhelm Solomon raise it as a policy that ought to be considered. What are your views on the UISP?
So there's interesting history here as well, where originally the UISP did apply to buildings. That was removed, to my recollection. I stand to be corrected, but the language was slum buildings. And because of the language of slum, it was removed, and with it went the possibility of using the informal settlement upgrading program for the inner city building upgrades. So I agree with Dr., and indeed Siri agrees with Dr. Wilhelm Solomon in exploring the use of the UISP. What's important about the UISP is that relocation is an option of last resort, and it promotes in situ upgrading. What that looks like in the inner city context, commissioners, is something that needs to be developed somewhat. And the way that it needs to be developed, we believe, is through practical implementation, even experimentation. It's not a word I would use lightly, but we can't say it can't be applied until we've made an effort to do so. And there are people who are saying it's not applicable. It was, and it could be again. So my approach would be, you've got the EHP, which is the initial phases, and indeed the EHP is very clear. Ideally, EHP funding is an initial step towards a more permanent, long-lasting housing solution. And that's where the upgrading of informal settlements program could come in. So we see that they're linked, and we agree that there's a potentially important role for that program.
Thank you. So I think as we come to the end then of that journey through the policies, you leave us with emphasis on ICHIP, on the TEA policy, on the EHP, the Emergency Housing Program, which is national, and the UISP, which is also national. In the next section of the statement...
May I make one further comment?
Yes, please.
I have had the benefit of reading the Johannesburg COO's witness statement. And there are important initiatives from July and August 2024, since the Commission's been sitting, that are identified in that statement. One is a provincial Kochte revitalization and regeneration strategy. The other is a World Bank-sponsored project, which has not yet begun, but it's apparently on the 7th of November. It begins imminently, which focuses on revitalization. So my comment on those two would be, we need to have, we can't see a Johannesburg where the same things keep happening. So there's been a shift to a transformation mindset in the transformation roadmap. Prior to that, there's been an exclusionary regeneration, revitalization mindset. Our hope is that these two new initiatives, which I don't fully understand, I've just read what is in the statement, that these two, we hope that these two initiatives can learn from the regeneration approaches of the past, retain the transformation and inclusionary mindset that has taken 2 decades to arrive at.
Perhaps that's a useful entry point, Ms. Royston, to the 4 concluding comments about the development, these policy developments that are dealt with from page 39, paragraph 67. And Ms. Zondo spoke to the first 3 of them to some extent, and I'll ask you to do the same. Paragraph 68 refers first to the consistent problem with implementation and attempts to identify some of the reasons or causes for those implementation problems. What would your comment be in relation to this issue of the problem of implementation?
Well, obviously consistency with what Ms. Zondo testified around us needing to better understand the problems with implementation. I don't think we have a full understanding. However, there are some secondary sources which investigate that, I would argue from my perspective, incredibly well. So one of them is, whilst not addressing the inner city particularly, but addressing RDP housing in Johannesburg, Dr. Charlton, who's a co-deponent on Dr. Zach's statement, which is up after me, identifies that there seems to be, at 6831, a lack of commitment and urgency in responding to the housing crisis, with senior decision makers believing that the inner city is not a place for the poor. Again, there's the central issue. Is there a place for the poor? So we've got this policy development process that we outline, which is on paper, right? We need to understand implementation. But critical in that is how decisions get made and how budgets get allocated, how priorities are determined. And as a planner, I can say that a rational planning approach, which is one of the theories of planning, would identify that choices get made on the basis of rationality. We know in the real world that very often what guides decisions is political. So if politicians believe that the inner city is not a place for the poor, we're not going to get the budget allocation. If the policies overemphasize the private sector, we're not going to get decisions and budget allocations that accommodate the poor in some way. And we're arguing that this is a key finding in the secondary literature by Dr. Charlton, because it speaks to prioritization and budget allocation, which is one part of the implementation problem. And then Colleen Alsmond identifies the footnote on that page at 46, doesn't tell us quite enough about what she evaluates, because she actually looks at the implementation of ICHIP. So this, I think, would be an important source for the Commission, and we could make that available. Apologies, I don't think we've done so yet, but we were trying to limit how much we put in the statement as well as the material that we presented to you. There's an institutional problem. And more detail on that institutional problem I could provide from my knowledge of that.
Yes, please expand on that.
Okay.
That's the point at 68.3.2.
Yes.
A difficult and intricate institutional, political, and socioeconomic environment.
Yes. So what she does in her thesis is look at 7 dimensions of measuring implementation. I'm not going to take you through all 7, but I'll try and give you a high-level overview, which is, firstly, around the requirement for political leadership. So I mentioned Mayor Masondo way back. We haven't seen that since. She also emphasizes administrative leadership. We need an inner city champion. There isn't one. And I'm talking about a high-level official who could champion the inner city as a whole, and within that, this housing crisis and the building occupations and what needs to happen. She also identifies something I've already mentioned, and indeed my reflection is based on her academic work, which is that informally, what really counts is what is the KPIs. So if the KPIs don't adequately reflect this prioritization, we would argue, or at least accommodation of affordable rental and people in the inner city who earn below 3,200 Rand a month, there's no chance of implementation. So an official needs to be accountable in their performance to the achievement of this kind of indicator. Without that, I don't think we see implementation. So it's political leadership, it's administrative championing, and it's key performance indicators. And there's a requirement for coordination, because JPC, and these are examples, but relevant examples to the Commission, JPC might be prioritizing revenue generation, whereas human settlements might be prioritizing ICHIP. What's the balance? So we would suggest that the Commission looks at this question of achieving a better balance. Local government revenue generation is important. That comes from rates and services. It also comes from intergovernmental transfers, which I can speak more about should that be necessary. It also comes from the sale of buildings to developers. So there are a number of different pots, and there needs to be better alignment or coordination, which in turn relies on how much does the city prioritize this question. And unfortunately, if it doesn't prioritize this when 77, and I don't mean to be sensational, but if you look at this history, if it doesn't prioritize this, after 76 lives have been lost in one building, when will it do so? And the establishment of the Commission in response to that is such an important milestone in this trajectory, this journey, that we can't lose the opportunity of advancing prioritizing amongst competing priorities, which doesn't mean one to the exclusion of the other. It just means a better balance.
We may return to some of those topics when we deal with the recommendations at the end around how to improve implementation and address these issues. You've covered the political and institutional framework and the issues of leadership, which are addressed in 68.3.3. That's the first general conclusion that's drawn in relation to the development of the policies around problems with implementation. The second, on page 41, page 69, paragraph 69, is around this concept of regeneration and that it fails to cater for poor residents. And you've spoken to that to some extent already in your evidence. What would your comment be in relation to that second observation?
I don't want to be too repetitive, so I'll do my best to just speak in summary terms. And the additional point, of course, I've already made now that we have the benefit of the witness statement from the COO, and I've emphasized there that we cannot afford to reverse, to pull back from the progress that's been made in the city's policy development around regeneration. So that would be one thing that I would emphasize, which isn't here, obviously. And then it's a summary of how originally in 1996, with the spatial and economic framework, the city was prioritizing housing for the poor, but it shifted quite quickly in its orientation to regeneration for reasons that we're not insensitive to, but we've given, we don't think that a derelict, degraded inner city is a place that anybody should live in, but the point we've made is about inclusion and a place for the poor in the inner city, coexisting with more well-off residents. That's the inclusive regeneration vision. And then we speak to the shift to transformation and the city's realization after a long period of litigation that it couldn't wish the occupiers away, and then the partnering with the private sector. And here we have to be realistic. We're not opposed to partnerships with the private sector, let me be clear. But we have to be realistic about that income bracket and the extent to which the private sector, in the language of the private sector, would go so deep down in the market. And if it's not going to go there, what are we going to do? And if incentives haven't worked to date, are we going to keep repeating the same mistakes? And we're saying there are options here in the emergency housing program. And then a final point, which is important based on our observation of and engagement with how people actually access land and property when the market, the private sector doesn't deliver, and when the state's delivery program is not reaching everybody yet. And that, so there's a provision mentality, so, which is linked to supply, who supplies, who provides, which is at 69.5. The ICHIP accommodates supply very well, but when you invite private developers in, when you sell buildings, we think it will always lead to the needs of precarious people living in occupied buildings to be deprioritized, if not abandoned. Yeah. I actually thought this was another point, which was, I'll get to, I'm sure, at some point. Thank you.
That's the second point around the concept of regeneration, and you've spoken to that. The third appears at page 42, paragraph 70, and that is that the policies and programs of the city do not adequately account for the people who currently reside in the occupied buildings. And the sub-paragraphs refer to a focus on buildings rather than people, and some of the terminology. Could you speak to that third concluding
Yes.
comment?
Yes, thank you. Commissioners, I think that Ms. Zondo spoke to this, and I don't have much to add, save to say that what my testimony has provided is this development of the policy framework from bad to better to problem properties rather than the occupiers. And it's only in 2014 that ICHIP grapples with the extreme poverty of people living in the buildings and the mismatch with the housing interventions to date. So we'd like to see a better matching of the intervention strategies with the people who currently live in the inner city. And then, no, I think that's enough clarification on all.
And then the
addition.
final concluding point at the end in relation to the policies focuses on ICHIP, and it's the statement at paragraph 71 that ICHIP may be useful for dealing with the occupation of buildings. And ICHIP is referred to in 71.2 as a beacon of hope. What would your concluding comments be in relation to ICHIP?
I think that it deals with what Siri understands Part B of the Commission to be about, which is the systemic housing issues. So in ICHIP, you find the structural causes of inner city decline and a focus on solutions, not to the exclusion of other income bands, but a focus on solutions to permanent housing that's affordable for the poorest residents. We say it's a beacon of hope here because it recognizes that mismatch between extreme poverty and the policy response. We go further, though. We do believe, and this is the point I thought I was making earlier. Forgive me, I wasn't. At 71.3, is that there is the need to add a different approach, which is focused less on provision and supply and more on support. And this is the incremental inner city building improvement that we make recommendations for, that Dr. Wilhelm Solomon spoke to, and the question of the UISP, then its use as a possible instrument then becomes relevant to this. So we would add that to where ICHIP took us. We would add that component.
Thank you, Ms. Royston. That part of the statement and those concluding observations that you've made relate principally to housing policy. You've referred at various points also to services, and other witnesses have too. And so for completeness, we would just touch on the applicable policy in relation to basic services. So if I could take you to page 74 of the same main statement, paragraph 150. And Ms. Zondo has testified to this. It's the introduction in 2008 of the city's expanded social package, giving qualifying citizens in the city access to free basic services. That is the FBS that was also covered by Dr. Wilhelm Solomon yesterday. And paragraphs 151 and 152 speak to the scope of the ESP, this policy on basic services, and its implementation in paragraph 152. Paragraph 151 describes it as a social welfare program facilitated by the city's social development department with a view to providing much needed financial assistance to owners or occupants of residential properties who have a limited income and are not pensioners, and that it's designed to provide a basket of benefits to owners or occupants who qualify as indigent. Paragraph 152 speaks to its implementation and describes how a number of the residents of the inner city represented by SERI would qualify for free basic services under the policy. But that in practice, there have been difficulties with implementation, and that residents are not assisted by the city to register under the ESP, and even if they are registered, are not provided with free and or subsidized services. Do you have any comment to add in relation to the ESP and the question of basic service provision?
So my main comment, commissioners, would be that there are solutions available. So this is a difficult problem, but it's not intractable. And free basic services is one of the opportunities that we would emphasize. If I may, I'd like to go sort of behind free basic services for a moment. In terms of, I can't actually recall which section of the Constitution it is. It's section 124 maybe. I could be wrong, it's 120 something. Looks at local government revenue. And as a result of that requirement in the Constitution, there's something called the equitable share. The equitable share is money raised from us, from taxpayers, and transferred to local government, to municipalities, based on a formula. And this is important because it was introduced before the free basic services policy, which is in 2001. I think it was 1988, 1989, where the equitable share was introduced. It did not originally include free basic services because there was no such thing. Subsequently, every single year, the Division of Revenue Act makes a calculation and an allocation which is called the equitable share allocation. Its primary intention is free basic services. It also can accommodate more community services like parks or cemeteries, but that's a smaller percentage in the calculation. It is intended to deal with indigent people who cannot afford basic services. So in the case of the city of Johannesburg, those resources are available. It's obviously a little bit more difficult in terms of practical implementation, but every municipality in the country is required to produce an indigent register. And Johannesburg has one, all municipalities. The problem is they don't update them very regularly, and every municipality develops an indigency program so that that money doesn't just land as, it's an unconditional grant, so that it doesn't just land in a municipality and get lost. It has to be properly planned for. And the problems with the inner city application of free basic services that need to be overcome is that it depends on paper on you owning your property to be eligible for free basic services. There's a conundrum here because you have to be poor to qualify, but then you have to be an owner. So that's something of a contradiction. And there's practice that some of my colleagues can probably talk to more accurately. But there is practice in Johannesburg of people on their bills receiving the free basic services allocation. So you do have to have a municipal bill. We think practice demonstrates that you don't have to own your property. How do we make this work for people living in occupied buildings? That, together with the emergency housing program and its application, provide us with practical solutions that we need to press be implemented.
Thank you, Ms. Royston. We've dealt with that first main portion of your evidence, which is the development of the policy framework and its implementation. The second main portion of your evidence relates to the research that you led and conducted and the findings that emerged from that. Chairperson, we're in your hands, but we're now moving to a second major separate component of Ms. Royston's evidence, And if it would be convenient to break, it may make this portion more coherent to lead it in one portion after the lunch adjournment.
We still have 20 minutes, Mr. Brekil.
Chairperson, I'm happy to sing
Yes,
for my
you-
supper
you-
and
you may sing
to
for
make
your
a
supper.
start. To make a start. Ms. Royston, if I could then take you to page 75 of the statement.
Yes.
And perhaps it would be helpful before we dive in, and if you want to do so with reference to the table of contents, that appears at pages 2 and 3 of the statement. But we're now dealing with a series of studies and research, both quantitative and qualitative, but in particular quantitative with statistics around certain themes, the first of which is housing affordability. And perhaps it would just be helpful to give a sense of the themes that we will be covering. The first from page 75 is housing affordability. The second relates to life experiences of occupiers. You then move to deal with the process of occupation and people residing in buildings. Then the topic you were dealing with a moment ago, access to basic services, so what access is currently enjoyed by residents in the inner city, and then quality of life. Finally, dealing with the unique experiences of women as emerging from this research. I wonder if you might give just an initial overview of these different pieces of research, just to situate us as we then move in to deal with housing affordability.
Thank you. Commissioners, I think what I would say by way of opening comment is that this data is Siri's response to the policy problem we identify, which is where are the people? That's difficult work because people living in occupied buildings are quite invisible to official land information and planning systems. So we have to look elsewhere to better understand who lives in occupied buildings. And should I go into the data sets?
It would be helpful just to give an overview
Okay.
of those data sets, and then we'll deal with each one by one.
So we've got 3 different sets of data that we've drawn on, and I think Advocate Brickell will lead me through those in a bit more detail. But what the data enables us to do is firstly to look at the process of occupation. We think characterizing occupation is very important in order to provide the response from our perspective that Dr. Wilhelm Solomon provided yesterday about the lack of differentiation implied in the term hijacked buildings. So if we can characterize occupation, we're hopeful that we can get beyond the application of a blanket term. And then we do so we provide an approach to differentiation through a particular lens, which draws on the nature of authority and the way people hold land or tenure. And then what we're able to do with these data sets is provide insights into people residing in the occupied buildings, including why they moved to an occupied building, how long they've been staying in the building, what their employment status is and what the household income is. We're also, from data set 3, I believe, but we'll get to that, able to provide information about access to basic services in occupied buildings, water, sanitation, refuse removal, electricity. And that up until that point, we're focusing on occupiers. We then zoom out using the GCRO, the Gauteng Global City Region Observatory. They undertake a quality of life survey. We draw on number 6. Interestingly, we haven't incorporated this evidence yet. 7 has just been released last week. But we use quality of life survey 6 to paint a picture of the quality of life of inner city residents as a whole. We then able to reflect on the occupier subgroup, if you like, in relation to the inner city residents as a whole. And then we use a fourth kind of evidence to unpack the experiences of women. And that evidence comes from our work with women through the Inner City Federation, women occupiers and leaders.
Thank you. You've drawn a comparison to Dr. Wilhelm Solomon's evidence yesterday, and he emphasized that he doesn't work with statistics. He works in the ethnographic method, and over a period of 10 years was really steeped in communities and using interviews and observation as his main methods. But you've referred to data sets, and the data here does include statistical material.
Correct.
Perhaps you could just comment on that and draw that comparison out for us.
So the statistical material, the data that we're able to identify, there are three different sets. So the one is reliable and respected data produced by the Gauteng City Region Observatory, which uses a sample for the inner city, which is a reliable and statistically relevant sample. And I can go back into that detail. We also use data that is in the public record that was collected in a series of cases and applies to 11 buildings. In the 11 buildings and 7 cases in the inner city where personal circumstances were taken as part of litigation processes. I say it's uncontested because the city of Johannesburg was involved in that. And that data sits with the inner city, with the city of Johannesburg as well. And then we found, for a number of different reasons, I should say, but we decided in consultation and then collaboration with the Inner City Federation and an NGO called One-to-One Agency for Engagement, shorthand One-to-One is how we refer to them, with Siri, to collect data ourselves. And for that, we've collected data of a significant sample, we would argue, of the status of services in occupied buildings.
Thank you. Let's start then with the first topic, which is the question of housing affordability, and that's dealt with from page 75, where in paragraph 153, Ms. Zondo's statement records that SERI has conducted several snapshot surveys in the last decade to ascertain both the cost and the availability of formal accommodation options in the inner city of Johannesburg. And in the sections that follow, affordability is dealt with under 3 subheadings: formal private rental, social housing, and finally, on page 80, informal small-scale rental. And those are each dealt with separately. So I'll ask you then to lead us into this research and data on the question of affordability of housing in the inner city. And perhaps we could start in paragraph 154 with the graph that appears there.
Yes, thank you. Chairperson, Commissioner Mabena, what we do firstly in that graph is compare 2013, 27, and 2023. 2013 data was collected in the Minding the Gap research, which I mentioned previously. What was important about the research for us is that it's not enough to simply look at how much the accommodation costs and whether it matches with the income segments that I spoke about earlier. We also have to look at what's available, because there might be affordable rental, but how available is it? So that's the other thing. And then I would add, which we haven't included here, is accessibility. And by that I would refer to things that were covered, for example, in the Dladla case around some of the rules. We don't do that here, though. But what we do here is focus on affordability and availability at 3 different intervals. So formal accommodation, the supply of which is required to lead to a world, an inner city of Johannesburg, in which occupation is no longer necessary, in which people can have dignified access to affordable accommodation, which is formal private sector rental and social housing institution supply. Informal small-scale private rental was limited in scope to areas like Yeovil and Orange Grove, where we didn't survey any households, but there's a vibrant informal market, which some of you may be aware of, where people advertise rooms for rent outside, on the street, essentially. One I see regularly driving from Linksfield on Louis Botha Avenue at the Radium Beer Hall opposite that, for example. In Minding the Gap, it was a wall outside Checkers in Yeovil, in Raleigh Street, the main road in Yeovil, where people will post, this is what's available, and then they'll add little tear-off numbers so that people can come tear off the number, call them in an attempt to gain access to accommodation. And the kind of accommodation that gets advertised there ranges from a room to rent to a bed share. So I'm using the bed during the day because I'm a security guard, and my bed's actually available at night. So you can rent that from me. Or a balcony space. Imagine a 4-story walk-up in Yeovil, for example, renting out the balcony, which may or may not be enclosed, or a stairwell, or even a doorway. So that's the nature of informal, small-scale private rental supply.
And would it be correct to understand the graph in paragraph 154 as effectively capturing what is then explained in more detail in the 3 sections that follow?
Yes. You will notice that the 2023 line, with apologies, misses the informal survey. To be honest, we were preparing this updated data collection for the Commission in anticipation of Part B, and we simply didn't have the time to do the review. So that component is not included. But perhaps the formal private sector rental and social housing institution comparison across 3 rentals gives enough of a picture. So
if we can begin then with the formal private rental, which is dealt with on page 76 and following, and it deals with private sector formal rental at those 3 points in time that you've mentioned, 2013, 2017, and then finally 2023. Would you take us through the core findings in relation to formal private rental affordability?
Yes, so we were looking for the monthly rental of the cheapest accommodation available in the formal private sector. What I should emphasize is that we did not include the cost of utilities. So that's going to add a not insubstantial amount to what people need to spend every month. We simply looked at rental offerings. And what we identified is at 158, we used the larger percentage. We've spoken about 25 and 30% of monthly income previously. But what we did here was we used 30%, and we looked only at the cheapest accommodation and identified what someone would need to earn per month to afford it. So in 2013, it was 5,667. In 2017, it's gone lower, 3,333. And in 2023, it's gone slightly up to 4,000. So that is what the monthly rental required. And I refer you back again, and I'm sure it's becoming a little tiring, but I refer you back again to that income segmentation that I keep referring to, which is the unchanged majority, 50%, quality of life survey as well, 47%, which is recent, 2022, percentage of households earning below 3,200 Rand a month. It's on this basis that we say that formal private rental does not accommodate the majority of people who are living in occupation currently. I would emphasize that the requirements for the formal private sector rental market are quite onerous to our knowledge, in our experience with the people that we work with as clients or partners, that the requirements are quite onerous. A recent bank statement, many people are unbanked, we know this. Proof of earnings such as a pay slip. If you informally employed or self-employed, you're not likely to have such a thing. An ID, a passport, and a deposit prior to moving in.
You deal with those in paragraph 159 of the statement.
Correct.
And you make the point or Ms. Zondo makes the point in paragraph 160 that follows about how these requirements would prevent a considerable number of poor and low-income groups from access.
Correct.
If there's nothing further that you would add in relation to private formal rental, the next category is social housing.
The comment that I would like to add is that if the private sector rental supply accommodated the people we consider to be most in need, we would have no problem with it. It's not an ideological position, in other words, or a philosophical position about the private market. It's a factual deduction that we're making about the supply of formal private rental accommodation. The city has attempted to incentivize the private sector, but you can see over this period of time, I'm not sure how to deduce this, but if it was 5,667 in 2013 and in 2023 it's 4,000, perhaps there's been a measure of success. We can't really interpret that without a bigger sample size, but it's not an insignificant finding, but the case still remains that this doesn't target the people living in circumstances of exceptional housing need, to use the language of the emergency housing program.
Thank you, Ms. Royston. Chairperson, I see that
I think this is an appropriate time to adjourn for lunch. We are adjourned. Mr. Brickhill?
Commissioner Mabena. Ms. Royston, you are still under oath.
Yes.
Before the lunch adjournment, we had concluded your evidence on the policies as they developed over the recent decades, and we turned to the research and findings that you record in the main statement. And we had begun to deal with the question of housing affordability and your findings in relation to the lowest level of affordability in relation to private rental, and we're now going to turn to social housing and the informal market. And you had concluded your evidence in relation to what is available in terms of formal private rental as at 2023. And that conclusion appears at paragraph 158.3, around that figure of 4,000 Rand. An income of 4,000 Rand is the lowest level at which a person will be able to find private rental in the inner city, if I understand your evidence.
Correct.
And you then talked about some of the other obstacles in terms of documentation, bank statements, and so on. If we may then turn to social housing.
Yes.
And social housing has been talked about to some extent already in these proceedings, but perhaps it would just be helpful for you to offer your understanding of social housing and perhaps contrast it with what you've also been talking about, affordable housing.
Okay. So, Commissioners, I think the important point about social housing is that it is a kind of rental. It can also be a kind of collective ownership, I should say. There were some experiments in the mid-90s around that. And what characterizes it is that there's an institution, a social housing institution, which owns the property and generally manages it as well. What's important about it is that it has a social sort of philosophy, if you like. It's meant to target people who are poorer. In 1995, 1996, we had a lot of experts, perhaps even in 93, we had a lot of experts from Canada and the Netherlands providing technical advice when we were in the country developing the Housing White Paper, and the idea of social housing was presented by them. And a great deal of technical assistance in embedding this in particular South African circumstances. So it's a very important contribution to our housing supply. And one of the important things about it is it's essential that those institutions work. And there's a regulatory authority responsible for a great deal of things, including regulating them, training, and so on. So that's background. In 2013, yeah, you asked me for that.
Yes, thank you. That's very helpful, Ms. Royston. And so this part of the research looked then at what was available at these 3 points in time, again, 2013, 2017, and 2023, in terms of social housing in the inner city. And there's reference in particular to Madulamoho, Johannesburg Housing Company, and Joshco, those three social housing providers. What then were the findings that you reached in terms of that affordability?
So what we again, the 2013 findings were for, in terms of our Minding the Gap research. So there was a range. In monthly rental prices, what we record in the affidavit at 16163 is that range, 600 to 1,200, 600 to 2,700, 1,750 to nearly 5,600. So that's what it cost. I think in 2013, what's very significant, though, is that there was hardly any availability. Units were occupied. So for new entrants into the social housing sector, there was not a lot of availability. One room in two and full occupation in another.
So those are the findings at paragraph 164.
Yeah.
So there was one room in total available at Madulamoho, and JHC had one room available at that time.
Yes, that's correct.
And then
That's
if we
correct.
move to 2017, from paragraph 165,
There's a price increase with Madula Moho, 1,200 to 1,875, roughly the same for the Johannesburg Housing Company. And Joshko, a slight increase. The cheapest available room, though, was 1,300. And availability in 2017, 166, was also scarce.
only
Very
one-
few vacancies.
Yes, as you say in paragraph 166, or Ms. Zondo says in paragraph 166. And then if we move to 2023, from paragraph 167,
Well, for Madula Moho, it's in the region of 1,000, the cheapest rental. For Johannesburg Housing Company, 2,620, Joshko, 1,200. All of it was occupied when we did this research in 2023.
so it was full.
It was full.
So those would be the most recent relevant rental prices of social housing in Johannesburg at paragraph 167. 1,000 rand and 1,035 rand in Madula Moho, 2,260 in JHC, and Joshko 1,200 rand. But when you did this research, all of that housing was occupied.
Yes, and this was based on not speaking to the providers, but researching based on what was on their websites and what they were advertising accommodation for.
Thank you. And then from paragraphs 169 to 172, the statement deals with the question of income. How much would a person need to earn in order to afford those rentals at those 3 points in time? Is this again based on the principle that a person shouldn't spend more than 30% of their income on their accommodation?
That's correct.
And so there are then the figures, these calculations are based on the rentals that were available and then how much a person would need to earn at that time to afford those rentals, paying not more than 30% of their income.
Correct.
Do I have that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So in 2023, perhaps most relevant, if you could just take us through those minimum monthly incomes at paragraph 172.
So Madula Moho would have been a monthly income of 3,450. Johannesburg Housing Company, significantly more at 8,733. Joshko, 4,000.
So if we take the lowest of those three figures, and assuming that there was availability, this would mean that the social housing affordability benchmark begins at an income of 3,450 per month.
Yes, and that's why we say that social housing, I mean, it's not only us who's saying this, Commissioners, but it's widely accepted in the sector that social housing really starts at 3,500 Rand a month household income. And there may be a few units now and again that go below that, but the sector has difficulty. Again, the language is going deeper down markets. Although it's been encouraged to do so, what then becomes at stake is the health and viability of this institution. And without viable institutions, the sector will not survive.
Thank you. I think we've then covered social housing affordability, unless there's anything that you would want to add.
Nothing further.
We can move then to informal small-scale rental, which is dealt with from page 80, paragraph 174. What were the main, first of all, what is this concerned with? What is this informal small-scale rental? And then if you could indicate the main findings.
So as I mentioned before, the adjournment, Commissioners, it was about largely a small-scale rental accommodation that's informal. There may not be a written lease agreement, and it's often rooms. If you imagine a suburb like Yeoville, where there's the original freestanding house, it's often rooms that have been built in the back of that, or indeed it's inside the house where the rooms have been, a room would be allocated to a family. So there'd be several households inside a house. Another example would be, for example, with a 3 or 4 story walk-up flats where we see the occurrence of households living in each room and then using the ablution facilities inside that old flat as communal. So that's the kind of arrangement that we're looking at.
And what were the main findings in terms of affordability, well, rentals and affordability?
So the cheapest available room in 2013 was 600 Rand per month. There was a bed sharing, a series of bed sharing arrangements we identified as being advertised, and I described how we identified that information, was 450 to 550, and a shared room at 900 Rand per month. This is exclusive of utilities, as I said before.
And
In
then
2017,
yes.
600, cheapest available room. Bed sharing had increased somewhat to 700. A shared room was 1,400. Again, no utilities, water, electricity, and so on included.
And you indicated earlier that it had not been possible to fully update this data up to 2023. So do these findings really end at that point in
Correct.
in 2017? Is there anything else you would want to add in relation to the informal small-scale rentals?
It seems on first glance that the informal small-scale rental supply is cheaper than the private and social housing markets. But on closer inspection, if you look at if you include utilities, this market is also unaffordable, largely.
Unaffordable to whom?
Sorry, unaffordable to the target, the focused income group that we're suggesting, which is below 3,200 Rand a month.
And you've indicated that that would constitute around 49 to 50%
Yes.
of the inner city population.
Yes, I can say that in the 2001 census, it was around 50%, 49%. In 2011, it was 49%, and the GCRO data, which we'll get to in the inner city, puts this at 47%. So we really are talking about a substantial population.
So what conclusion would you then draw about the availability of, the affordability of rental accommodation in these different categories for the population of the inner city?
For nearly half of the inner city population, the cheapest available options, when they're available, are out of reach. So occupation, as we understand it and as our evidence reveals, appears to be a response to this problem, to the lack of formal and informal affordable accommodation options in the inner city. And our argument is that if we understand this data, we understand some of the root causes of occupation.
Thank you, Ms. Royston. I now intend to move us to the next topic, which begins on page 81, from paragraph 180. And this is concerned with the real-life experiences of occupiers. And in the sections that follow, there are 3 data sets that you draw on in relation to these findings. What are we concerned with here when we talk of the real-life experiences of occupiers?
Here we are trying to portray the information available, data and other information about people who live in the inner city in the one data set, and then more specifically occupiers in the other 2, so that we can respond to our own critique, which is that it's seldom the case that people in occupation of buildings are considered. The focus of the policy journey that I spoke about earlier has tended to be about the buildings and the physical environment rather than the people who live in the buildings.
So if we turn then to the first data set, you've indicated in paragraph 180 that 3 surveys are relied upon, and they're referred to as data sets 1, 2, and 3. Data set 1 is dealt with from paragraph 181. What did this data set contain, and what findings emerged from it?
So this data set relies on the Gauteng City Region Observatory's Quality of Life Survey number 6. I mentioned that there has just recently been a publication of number 7. So we refer to as the GCRO data set, or in this affidavit as data set 1. So we provide some information about the GCRO. I think the important point for my testimony now is that it's at 181.4, is that it's one of South Africa's largest and longest running social surveys. So it's a very significant data set. The Quality of Life Survey 6, which is what we draw on and call data set 1, covered the 2020 to 2021 year, and it was launched in September 2021. So this is, compared to some of the data that we've identified in some of the policy documents, this is relatively up to date. The other things I would bring your attention to about the data set is that it focuses on quality of life. We tried to extract from it and managed with the support of the GCRO. We received the data and then we analyzed it. We extracted out the inner city data. It's a ward-based survey. It relies on 311 interviews. It's a statistically relevant sample, and it covers Region F, plus a little bit more, because it doesn't completely align with Region F. It's based on a ward demarcation. But for our purposes, we believe that it is a data set we can refer to when we're thinking about the inner city as a whole.
And that scope is covered in paragraphs 182 and 183, the 311 interviews and the wards that are covered by this data set.
Yes, so Berea, Hillbrow, Jeppiestown, Bezuidenhout Park, Yeovil, which I've mentioned, Troyville, the CBD, Bree Street up to Rissik Street, Braamfontein, Fordsburg, Vredendorp. It is what we recognize as the inner city.
So data set 1 is drawn from that GCRO
Correct.
survey that you've described for us. From page 84, you introduce, or the statement introduces data set 2 in paragraphs 184 and 185. What is data set 2?
So data set 2 is data that we were able to use from personal circumstances of occupiers. It's a sample of 11 occupied buildings, which draws on 7 cases where SERI represents or represented clients. We started with 2018. We didn't go before that, so it's 2018 onwards. And it gives us a unique insight into be able to understand how the process of occupation occurs, which we use to motivate for a more differentiated approach to understanding the authority in those buildings.
And then finally, in data set 3 is introduced from paragraph 86 and paragraph 186, and that refers to a survey conducted by SERI 1-to-1 and the ICF in 2023, focused on the living conditions in 23 inner city buildings.
Yes.
Would you add anything in terms of understanding that third data set?
Yes, I think it's important that we decided to undertake the survey using what we think could be rolled out in the inner city at significant scale, which is the use of an app and smartphones and data, limited data, because you can also work offline, with field workers who could then go to the 23, it became 25 in due course, buildings in the inner city. The building sample is a sample of buildings where SERI is representing clients, where the Inner City Federation organizes, which is above and beyond the SERI cases, if you like, and 23 to 25 buildings. It's a large data set because there's about 2,100 households that were covered. So the data was collected on the basis of responding to what field workers asked and also observed. So they would, for example, take a photograph of the outside of the building to give more information that is probably relevant right now. We see this as the beginnings of an alternative 10-year security system where we are developing a record of PI rights holders, if you like. And that's important. I'll come to that later, but that's our vision. What's perhaps more pertinent in the immediate term is that the survey provides up-to-date data on services in the buildings, and it's a fairly large sample.
Thank you. We then move, so these are the 3 data sets which have then been used to reach conclusions, make findings on particular questions that are relevant to the proceedings of this commission. And the first that's dealt with from page 86 is the process of occupation. Questions around how buildings come to be unlawfully occupied, drawing on those data sets. And from paragraph 188 onwards, on page 86, certain findings are drawn, are reached. And I would ask you to highlight those that you consider most salient, and you may want to begin from paragraph 189 or 190.
Well, at paragraph 189, it's important, we thought, to bring to your attention, Commissioners, the fact that these, the circumstances surrounding occupation in these buildings are not contested. The occupier's version is the only one that's available, but in this particular data set, the occupancy audits or personal circumstances, particularly the occupant audits, I should say, were conducted with the City of Johannesburg. They're part of court proceedings, they haven't been disputed. So that's important to understand about this data set. There are 11 buildings.
Yes, and from paragraph 190, findings are drawn in relation to those 11 buildings.
So I think what's important is to understand some of the dynamics of the housing situation in the inner city. And what I mean by that is how things change. So, Commissioners, this data tells us that for a significant number of unlawful occupiers, their residence was initially lawful. So it began as lawful occupation, and we then go down to further on, we break that up.
In 190.2.
Correct. Initially tenants, paying some form of rental, able to prove the existence of lease agreements because they were able to provide rental receipts, statements, showing payment into the owner's bank account. In many instances, not all, but in many instances, the owners abandoned the properties by disappearing after a number of years. How did occupiers know this? Well, the owners or their agents failed to come to the building to collect rent. And in some cases, it's apparent from the personal circumstances from this data set that the owners sometimes failed to pay for services, despite occupiers saying, or tenants initially who became occupiers, saying that they paid rent to the owners. There's a very interesting practice, I think, that I'd like to draw your attention to in 192.4, which is that in circumstances where the city was not receiving payment, it led to the occurrence of this phenomenon, which was building occupiers note, concluding relationships directly with the city for the provision of services. So we identify the significance of practice that coexists in some way with the law and with policies, and it demonstrates that some of these occupiers were willing to pay when they're receiving services. And there is a widespread perception about occupiers in the inner city that people occupy so that they don't have to pay. So I think this is an important counterpoint to that narrative, if you like. People have lived in the buildings for many years, 190.3. Importantly, this is not a transient population.
And 190.5 gives more detail on that
Yes.
breakdown of the length of stay.
Yes.
Would you speak to that, please?
Yes. So in the 11 buildings, 46% had lived there for more than 10 years, 75% for 5 years or more, 14% for 2 or less years, 12 for 3 to 4 years.
Thank you. And flowing from this, in the paragraph that follows, there are conclusions drawn about how occupations can be characterized.
Yes.
Would you highlight what's significant in relation to characterizing occupation?
So as researchers, when we delve into detailed specifics of a particular household, how do we overcome the problem of highly specified findings? And what we tried to do here was to characterize, to group, to categorize in a way so that we can move to a more generalized level, because without that it's impossible to formulate responses because you can't do it for every single respondent. So we hope that this is helpful in understanding occupation. So we characterize, so that's why we did the characterizing. The way that we characterize is tenants with lease agreements who became unlawful occupiers over time. Consent from the owner under what are probably very different circumstances. So residents might be originally linked to employment, for example, as a caretaker or a cleaner, but after retrenchment, people stay on with the owner's consent, so that's another category. And then people without access to housing, living in dire circumstances, who do occupy obviously abandoned buildings because they've got nowhere else to go. So this kind of characterization is important because it differentiates and it allows us to understand, rather than the very detailed specifics of individual respondents, it enables us to develop a more reliable understanding about the nature of occupation.
So you've identified here 3 categories in paragraph 191. The first are really original lease tenants who become unlawful after owners abandon. The second category is people who had consent but then circumstances change, such as retrenchment of caretakers or other staff. And the third are desperate people who occupy abandoned buildings.
Yes.
And in paragraph 192, the statement refers to the abandonment of buildings as a critical factor.
Yes.
Do you have any comment to add in relation to that consideration of abandonment?
So our data doesn't allow us to say why this happened. So we make some deductions, varied personal circumstances, anecdotally, death, immigration, loss of property value, excessive municipal debt. These are some of the factors that would contribute to abandonment. And the process of abandonment is what we identified earlier when I was talking about some of the policies, including the bylaw, of the weaknesses in urban management. In an ideal world, we'd be looking back on an inner city where this trend of abandonment was noticed, observed by the city as part of its urban management function. That didn't happen, so this has led to the situation of building abandonment.
In 193, the statement does say that by 1999, the city was aware of the problem of abandonment and the accumulation of municipal debt. I think you've spoken to that.
Yes, nothing more to add.
And then in 195, the statement speaks to this term hijacked buildings,
Yes.
drawing on the research and analysis that you've now testified on. Would you comment on that and the use of the word hijacked, given the findings on the nature of occupation?
Yes. So here we're really reflecting, Chairperson and Commissioner Mabena, on the terms of reference, but not exclusively. What's really important is that there's a perception out there in the public about hijacked buildings. We think the term occupation helps us understand what's going on better. It's a preferable term. It's also recognized in our legal framework. And I'll go on to elaborate on this, but it centers people who are living in the buildings under whatever local regime, whereas the term hijacker refers only to one kind of local regime, and there are others. So we miss that differentiation. And this process of occupation and our research has enabled us to understand that better. So popular media at 195.2, it's a blanket concept. Dr. Wilhelm Solomon spoke to this yesterday as well. It doesn't have clarity about what constitutes hijacking in the context of buildings. So the terms of reference actually make reference to so-called hijacking, which we identified 195.2. The terms of reference also use the phrase takeover. We think it's too general in nature, lacks sufficient clarity, and we are saying that greater differentiation around the nature of occupation is required, understanding, though, that we can still characterize that so that we're dealing with broader groups of people rather than a unit-by-unit description of occupation.
Thank you, Ms. Royston. The next section of the statement then turns to use the concepts of tenure and authority for this purpose of differentiation that you've spoken to. What are these concepts of tenure and authority, and how do you say that they assist?
So we bring the lens of tenure and authority to the occupation context in order to provide the Commission with an alternative way of conceptualizing what's going on in the buildings, most importantly in a way that enables differentiation. So we use these concepts which have been developed in the literature in a number of different places over many, many years, decades even. And in particular, if I may, I refer you to footnote 164, which is where one of the publications that I was part of editing, I mentioned it earlier, I brought this thinking, this academic framing to what was happening at Olivia Road or San Jose at the time. But it applies more broadly, and it's been developed in relation to a wide range of circumstances in urban and rural settings. And what it enables us to do is look at the process of local management in the occupied buildings, which commissioners may, in some cases, be local management may, in some cases, be the work of criminal syndicates. And we're saying that let's look a little bit beyond that to see what's going on. It's useful to refer to informal settlements because there's been a great deal more research on informal settlements and a great deal more policy and implementation experience. But in the informal settlement context, these local management practices are called informal. We refer to them as informal. In other places, they're referred to as the social production of habitat. So, for example, that's at Habitat International Coalition, an international network of housing rights organizations. The difficulty is with the language. We have to have the language to describe what we're seeing. Otherwise, we will fall back on the language of hijacking. So what we're doing here is offering some alternative ways of describing the local management practices in these contexts. What's important, because we come back to it, is that the processes are informal. and they are very often hidden. And it's the clandestine nature of the local management arrangements that can make them problematic. We go on later to say that visibility is a very important principle for intervention, because it's by making them visible that many of the more difficult, complicated criminal aspects of the local management arrangements can at least be identified. Without at first identifying them, we're not sure how you could address them. So we need the language, and we're suggesting local management, informal management might be useful words. We then go on in 197 to talk about how we might refer to the tenure arrangements, and we use the word social or off-register. So social is part of what I've described as the local arrangements, and social is not necessarily positive. It can be, but it's social. In other words, it's doesn't have the recognition of the law. Off-register refers to how ownership and titles in South Africa are registered in the deeds registry. These arrangements are off-register in the sense that nowhere are they recorded, registered, or visible.
Thank you. You then move to deal with, by adopting this general approach, to deal with important distinctions that you propose should be made. And they include in relation to tenure, and then you deal with the question of building management arrangements from 198.2, local legitimacy and occupier recognition, and legally and locally illegitimate as key concepts that you draw out. Would you highlight the core
Yes.
submissions that are made in that part of the statement?
When it comes to tenure at 198.1, what we do is draw on a widely accepted definition of tenure, which is essentially that tenure is a set of social relationships. It has historically often been conflated with title, which is the legal form of tenure that's registered in the deeds registry. Tenure is how people living on land or in property relate to property or land. So it's about a social relationship. And that's a widely accepted definition of tenure. So we're not specifically talking about title or ownership here. We're hoping to make this understanding broader than that one preferred form of tenure, which is title. So we use the term social tenure because it's not recorded or it's not registered, but it's socially recognized. Social recognition takes the form of witnessing, there are local rules and procedures. Importantly, the social tenure is not a rental relationship. So we often look at inner cities and think what we're seeing, our context, and think we're seeing rental. It's our contention that we're seeing a form of social tenure or a set of social tenure arrangements. And we are relying on a wide body of literature to make this assertion. So when you only wear a rental or an ownership lens, you tend to look at what's going on and you think that you're looking at a tenant who's paying a monthly rental. And obviously this influences how we then deduce that what we're seeing is a hijacking. The other point that we make at this section is that in using the term unlawful occupation, it's in recognition of the fact that occupation is unlawful. But what we have found, and Nomzamo Zondo mentioned this in her testimony, is that there's a great deal of confusion in our interactions with officials and politicians. The law does not criminalize occupiers. So we say that this tenure is social and that it's protected. It doesn't give people strong rights, but it protects their tenure. So we think a better way of describing the tenure arrangements is social and protected tenure, because it has statutory protection in terms of PI. Legally protected, social, off register, off record, even although occupation is unlawful.
You then deal with the question of building management arrangements from paragraph 198.2. What's the central point in relation to those?
The central point here, Commissioners, is that because of informality and invisibility, which comes from the fact that our law can't see these arrangements and that our own perceptions can't easily see them, what we're trying to identify here, again, drawing on a substantial international literature, is the notion of authority. So authority takes different forms, and the law is one such authority, but it's not the only game in town, which doesn't mean that the alternative authorities are criminal. They may be unlawful, they may be unofficial, they may be informal, but we cannot deduce that they are criminal. So the law has an authority here in terms of the PI Act, statutory protection, other kinds of the laws present in other ways and in other authorities. But there's also a locally determined authority which informs local building management practices. They're diverse. We suggest that the two principles of legitimacy and recognition help us understand them better. So we do need to characterize, once again, the nature of these local arrangements. If we can't see them through the lens of the law, we're saying we need to see them through some other lens, and we're suggesting legitimacy and recognition provide us with ways of looking.
And you deal with those in 198.2.1 of the statement and continuing into 198.2.2. Is there anything you would want to add or emphasize in relation to those concepts of legitimacy and recognition?
We propose at 198.2.1 the beginnings of a continuum. There's a spectrum at play here. And we're trying to offer a conceptual framework for thinking about what we are seeing on inspections or in litigation or indeed in research. And on one end of that spectrum, we would use the characterization locally legitimate and recognized by occupiers. In this instance, the majority of occupiers would not be coerced into accepting the building authority and do so willingly, even without official recognition of their local management practices. Official recognition is absent, but there's local recognition. So the occupiers, in our observation and in other research like this, is around informal land access, is that occupiers may have had to pay something. This is not rental, though. They pay an entry fee in some cases for living in the property. They may also, sometimes it's only an entry fee. This borrows from custom because it's akin to a membership fee or a Konza fee. There may also be a monthly fee. Again, in our observation, at this end of the continuum, it's not a rental payment, it's a fee. It could be seen as a fee, which is more akin to a levy than a rental payment, because it covers operational costs. So when there are local land management practices at work, the local land managers, building committees in this case, need to cover costs such as airtime, transport costs. They need to give instructions to their lawyers. They need to attend meetings. They need to purchase plastics for building cleanup that they are organizing. I'm not painting an overly romantic picture. This is based on the evidence that we've gathered and on research that we can generalize from other contexts. The problem I think we're facing here in the Commission is that the application of this thinking to the context of building occupations is limited. It's not limited to other kinds of arrangements like informal settlements or customary tenure. But because so little work has been done on this, we're saying that it's not generally applied, and we suggest that there's a basis for applying this framework. There's an alternative conceptualization, in other words, and we're suggesting that the Commission might want to consider that because it lays the basis for differentiation, which we're calling for, because at the other end of the spectrum, you would have practices that are illegitimate, both locally and legally. So in this case, the occupiers would have been coerced into paying an authority for them to stay in the property. Their choice is circumscribed because there's nowhere else to go. So even if the local regime is illegitimate, it's the occupiers who are living under that regime who I think are important to consider, and they've got nowhere else to go. We know that informality and invisibility can serve vested interests, and these vested interests can flourish precisely because of the clandestine nature of the environment. So that's going on at the other end of the spectrum, and there's a great deal in between. I personally, and Siri and Nomzamo in this testimony, can't report on experiences of this kind of authority, but we do acknowledge that they exist. So the point of doing this very conceptual exercise is to establish a framework to characterize and differentiate the nature of the general inner city building occupation context and the question of prevalence that the terms of reference require the Commission to investigate. This is the general in the terms of reference.
And in relation to these issues, the statement draws conclusions in paragraph 200, again linking back to the terms of reference and the terms hijack, takeover, and syndicate. And in 200.1 and 200.2, there are 2 points made about differentiation and distinguishing authority from tenure.
Yes.
Would you just round off those conclusions for the Commission, please?
We need to differentiate more in order to, and we need to understand the processes being undertaken by the occupiers if we're to properly understand what people are doing and have been doing in the context of building occupation. We need to distinguish authority from tenure so that we can better understand, so that we can refrain, I should say, from painting every occupation with the illegitimacy of the hijacking label. So it also enables us to better understand the people living in these buildings who are living there under a regime of social tenure, which is statutorily protected, and the nature of that regime is differentiated.
Thank you. We'll move into slightly less conceptual terrain now. The next theme deals with people residing in occupied buildings from page 95. And in paragraph 203 on that page, the statement describes that these findings are derived from the 11 buildings, data set 2, and that in paragraph 204, that there were 5 questions or variables, characteristics, that this section looks at. Length of stay, why people moved to a property, where they lived prior to moving to the property, employment, and household earnings. So those are the 5 questions here, and I'm going to ask you to just highlight the findings in relation to each of those, beginning with length of stay, which is dealt with from in paragraphs 205 and 206.
In order to give an accurate overview or highlight, could I refer to section 211, which does exactly that, or are you requesting me to go through each?
paragraph 211 is dealing with the question of migration. I think that is the
Length of stay and where people came from. Okay,
Yes,
I'll go
okay.
back a little bit.
But you can deal with it at a high level in terms of length of stay, just highlighting the key statistics.
So again, it's what I mentioned earlier, which is that people are not predominantly a transient population. Many people have been living there for a substantial amount of time. So although they may have been left derelict and abandoned by the owners, they are in fact a home in the city for many of the people living there.
Thank you. And you've set out those figures from data set 2 in terms of 45% for more than 10 years
Yes.
and 30% between 5 and 10 years.
Correct.
If we move then to, and I think you've made the core point, if we move then to the second question that was asked in this category, reasons for moving to the building, again drawing from data set 2, and the reasons are set out in paragraph 208, and there are 18 different reasons that are set out, but maybe you could just highlight those that are most significant or common.
I guess the most significant is the larger percentage. So
Yes.
50.6% live where they live because they're looking for work. That's an overwhelming finding, really, because we do go all the way down to, at 2018.18, 28. 208, sorry.
208.18.
Where 0.8% said their accommodation was free. So for most people, the majority of people, they were looking for work.
And those conclusions are extrapolated in paragraph 209 on page 98, drawing on the data that's set out in the previous paragraph, where the certain conclusions are reached that the inner city is considered a place for potential economic opportunity. Would you speak to that set of conclusions?
Yes. The point being that this opportunity may or may not be realized, but it's the advantage or the favorable nature of an inner city location. Half the heads of households said they moved into the building to look for work in the area. A relatively large number said they moved as they wanted to be close to work they already had. Others said that they had become unemployed. So the question of access to economic opportunity features very significantly when we're talking about the inner city.
If I can move us then to paragraph 210, which deals with a different question of where people lived before they moved to the particular building when they were surveyed. And there are a set of findings set out in paragraph 210, and again some conclusions drawn from those. What would you highlight as the findings there in terms of where people previously lived? Where did they come from?
The majority, at nearly 62%, are from Gauteng, including having lived elsewhere in the inner city. So 42.1% said that they had lived elsewhere in this inner city before occupation. There's a significant percentage from KwaZulu-Natal.
That's 211.2.
Yes.
0.3.
210.3, yes, Chairperson.
Yes. And that's a percentage of more than 1/3.
Yes. And if you go further down that list at 210.7 and 210.8, we have Zimbabwe and Malawi.
At 0.8% and 0.4% in this sample. Paragraph 211 really restates those conclusions that I think we've already highlighted in terms of majority coming from elsewhere in Gauteng, and many of them already, 42% already in the inner city, the migration from KwaZulu-Natal. Is there anything else that you would highlight in relation to that question of where people had previously lived?
very few people other than KwaZulu-Natal have come from other provinces and indeed other countries before moving into the building which they currently occupy.
The next question then deals with employment and household income. And that's set out from page 100, paragraph 212 and following. What were the key findings here, drawing on data set 2? First, dealing with employment and then
Yes.
income.
So a percentage of people have no income. If you look at 212.3.1, 14.5%. And then the income, I would refer you to 212.3.3 on page 101, which is where we begin with the segment of the population that we suggested ought to be prioritized. 44.7% had an income between 801 and 3,200, moving upwards 6% between 1 and 800, 14.5% no income. And then, of course, from point 4 onwards, we see the number of people who have a level of affordability, and that's important too. But we're saying something here that the Commission, we're suggesting to the Commission about a focus.
Thank you, Ms. Royston. And in paragraph 213 on page 102, the statement really concludes that this data shows that over half of households earn 3,200 or less per month on this more recent data, and an additional 14.5% reported not having any income whatsoever.
So I think what's important about that is this: if we to keep a single idea uppermost, we would argue that it's this idea that half the households are very poor. And this data shows that in the context of occupation, there are even more, a higher percentage, because we also include those people who reported having no income. But that 50% seems to emerge in all the data sets in one way or another.
And then the high-level conclusions are drawn in paragraphs 214 and 215, that in paragraph 214, although the buildings might have been left derelict or abandoned, they're not occupied by a predominantly transient population, but by medium to long-term occupiers.
Yes.
And you've spoken to that issue of length of stay. And that dataset 2 eliminates 3 additional points: that people move around within the inner city to find a place to stay, that occupiers have insecure tenure and are in search of affordable rental, and that there's substantial migration from KwaZulu-Natal of people in search of work. Those are all points you've spoken to, which are highlighted in that
Yes.
conclusion. We turn then to a different topic now, the question of access to basic services. And this is drawn in paragraph 216 from dataset 3. We're now on a
Yes.
different data set dealing with access to basic services in occupied buildings. And this data set deals with water, sanitation, and refuse removal and electricity in the pages that follow. And again, we just want to highlight what the high-level findings are in relation to each of these services based on dataset 3. So dealing first with access to water, what were the findings in terms of access to water?
Could I just remind you that dataset 3 is the data that we collected on 23 at the time. It's now a data set of 25 or more buildings, and it includes, I reported it earlier, just over 2,000 households.
Yes, it's helpful to remind ourselves what this data set is.
Okay.
23 buildings, over 2,000 households.
And current, it's 2023 research. So there's tremendous variety. I think that's the first high-level point. In many of the buildings, so I'm referring to 219 now. Not sure if you want me to.
No,
do anything more
That-
detailed?
No, thank you. That's helpful. I think we can deal. The data is set out in 218, but I think it's helpful to go to the conclusion in 219 in terms of access to water.
So variation would be the first finding. In many of the buildings, especially where there are outdoor taps, communal taps are not located over wash basins or sink and have no or poor drainage, which is important because of what then starts to happen around a communal standpipe that is shared by so many people. Mold, slime, stagnant water, which is then significant because of the risk of waterborne diseases. And in some cases, taps are located directly over stormwater drains.
Yeah. There is one finding here that I would ask you to highlight, and that's at paragraph 218.3 on page 103. And this is the question of sharing of communal taps and the finding that the average number of households sharing a single communal tap is 50. Would you just speak to that finding from dataset 3?
Yes, so obviously there are limitations with an average, because you'll find in one building, outside of that average on one end, there's very few people who are sharing a standpipe. And on the other end, there might be considerably more. Nevertheless, the value of an average is that it's communicating an average. So the average number of households sharing a single communal tap is 50. And the emergency housing program states that the maximum number of households that can be expected to share communal water access is 25 families. And the program is clear that this should only be for a limited period of time. It's only appropriate for emergency situations in terms of this program. So those households in the buildings in dataset 3 who share a single tap among 50 households are doing so twice the maximum allowed limit of households sharing a communal tap. And they're doing so on an ongoing basis, as opposed to a brief period of time, which is what the emergency housing program envisages.
Thank you. You've already given the other broader conclusion, and the rest of the data appears in the statement. Unless there's anything else you would highlight, I would move us to sanitation.
Nothing else at this stage, yeah.
Again, this is drawn from dataset 3, and I'd ask you just to highlight the main conclusions in relation to access to sanitation.
Right. So once again, there is variety, but what's common is that most buildings have some kind of problem when it comes to sanitation. Many households are forced to share a few toilets. This is important because of sanitation blockages that occur and the lack of privacy. I'll try then, instead of going through the details.
Perhaps we could just highlight, we did it for water. In 220.3, there's again an average provided. The average number of families sharing a single toilet is 45 families from dataset 3 across those 23 buildings. And again, there's a comparison of that to the standard in the EHP, the Emergency Housing Program.
Right.
Which refers to one toilet per 5 families.
Yes.
So the finding in this data set is there's a single toilet per 45 families on average. The EHP standard is that there should be a toilet for every 5 families.
Yes. And this is what we would call a gendered service, in the sense that there are unique challenges for women and girls around sharing toilets.
The next 2 paragraphs highlight, for example, that there was only one building where residents have access to toilets within their residential units, and in 220.5 that in 7 of the buildings, all of the residents shared a single toilet.
Yes.
Is there anything else that you would highlight in terms of the sanitation findings?
Well, in one case, there's one chemical toilet, and in 3 buildings, there's no sanitation at all. And then importantly, whilst we're counting toilets, the conditions of toilets varies. Partial dilapidation, although functional, at 228.1. No toilet seats, no seat covers or cistern covers, broken, falling apart, mold, damp, and peeling paint. Although we do make the point that many residents do attempt to clean and maintain the toilets.
Thank you. If we've then covered sanitation, and I think we have, I'd ask us to turn to refuse removal, which is dealt with from page 107, paragraph 221. Again, drawing on data set 3, and findings are set out in paragraph 222. Would you just highlight the salient findings in relation to refuse removal, please?
Yes. The importance of refuse removal obviously relates to health and hygiene risks. 9 buildings, there is regular removal by Pick It Up, but despite that regularity, many of the buildings have one or two black bins per building, which is insufficient for the number of inhabitants and the refuse that they're generating. In 2 buildings, refuse collection is sporadic, and in 11, there's no refuse collection at all. Vermin, insect infestation, health and hygiene, and importantly for us, large amounts of refuse contribute to fire risks, flammable materials, or blocking potential exit routes from the building.
Thank you.
Chair, I see it is 15:30. I was just going to make an announcement that you had to go until 15:45, and maybe my learned colleague can then pace himself within that 15 minutes remaining.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Seminya.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Brickhill, we have to adjourn at 15:45.
Understood, Chair.
Yes. No
witness-
pressure on you.
We appreciate it, Chair. There is quite a lot of data here, and we're endeavouring to
Yes.
draw out the salient
Yes.
aspects. Ms. Royston, let's turn then to the question of electricity, and again, dealing with data set 3, and what were the core findings in relation to access to electricity in the 23 buildings?
So what's important here is that there are buildings, 7 buildings, with access to electricity through an account with the city. Despite the nature of occupation, there are examples of an account with the city, which I think is an important practice that we need to take into our thinking about what can be done. There are 10 buildings with self-connections. So this is obviously where people have connected themselves to the grid. Our assessment, along with One-to-One, whom I mentioned earlier, who have the technical ability, capacity training, 8 out of 10 buildings, the self-connections have been done relatively safely. But even in these buildings, there are fire and safety risks because of loose wires, often located close to potential flammable materials, and there's the prospect of overloading of electrical sockets with extension cords and so on. 2 out of the 10 buildings, so having noted that we said 8 relatively safe, 2 dangerously done, increasing the risk of electrical accidents or fires significantly. This provides a basis for the differentiated intervention that we're suggesting is required, which we'll come to later. It's not that difficult to do a review and identify, for example, these 2 buildings are in an urgent category where there is a risk of electrical accidents or fires, and therefore they need some kind of intervention urgently, although they have been there for, in some cases, a very long time.
And then the final category, 223.3, is 5 buildings with no access to electricity at all, housing approximately 154 families.
So that's 5 buildings. Security challenges for the residents is the one implication. But it also means residents are relying on candles for light. They're relying on paraffin stoves or open flame fires for food preparation and warmth. This is a potential fire risk inside a building. And this risk is exacerbated if the buildings don't have access to water as well. And this is the case in one of those buildings.
The statement then turns to draw high-level conclusions about access to services in paragraphs 224 to 226. Paragraph 224 draws the conclusion that the survey, dataset 3, shows that almost all of the buildings face similar challenges when it comes to access to the services that we've been discussing. And in paragraph 225, the point is made that comparing the occupier subgroup in these 23 buildings to the inner city population as a whole, the conclusion is drawn that the occupier subgroup are considerably worse off than other residents of the inner city.
Correct, and we haven't yet gone through the inner city population as a whole. So this is just an early flag that the occupier subgroup is considerably worse off.
And then the final conclusion in relation to services in paragraph 226 is that access to services stands at the forefront of making people's lives more livable, and in particular mitigating against fire. Is there anything that you would add in relation to that final conclusion?
I think I would add that we'll come back to the implication of this for recommendations, steps to be taken, and so on, which is that an immediate prioritization of access to basic services is one of the recommendations we suggest the Commission makes.
Thank you, Ms. Royston. The next section of the statement deals with, again, aspects of the quality of life of inner city residents, and it deals with questions from paragraph 227, questions of demographics, income and employment, dwelling type, tenure, fire, services, payment for services, length of stay, food security, satisfaction with local government, migration, and anti-foreign sentiment. There's some overlap between what's dealt with here, which is based on data set 1, and some of the questions we've looked at before in relation to the other data sets. And where there's overlap, we'll try not to dwell too much on the detail from data set 1. But perhaps you could begin by just situating us again in data set 1. What data are we dealing with here?
So data set 1 is what we refer to as the GCRO data set. It's where we've taken the quality of life survey, extracted the inner city wards from that data, and analysed the results. So we're talking largely about the inner city. 311 people were interviewed, and the majority of those were in the inner city. So that's that data set.
Thank you. And the statement begins by dealing with questions of demographics in paragraph 228, data relating to race, gender, education, and language, highlighting that 87% of the residents of this part of the city are Black African, and of the 87%, 53% are female, are women. There are then statistics relating to education, and finally statistics relating to language, with 42% of households where isiZulu is the main spoken language, followed by English at 17%. Is there anything that you would add or highlight from that, or speaks for itself?
I don't need to highlight anything there.
The next section deals with income and employment, and there are certain findings drawing from the GCRO data on income and employment in paragraph 229. Would you highlight for us the main implications or the main findings relating to income and employment?
Well, firstly, I would say that sometimes people are reluctant to answer questions about income, but 232 did. And from that, we know, again, there's that data soundbite, if you like, which is about half of the households earning below 3,200 Rand a month. This is combined household income. This is similar to the 2011 census. We reported on that as being in the region of 49%. This is 47%. 25, a quarter accessing grants other than the social distress grant. And importantly, I think, because there is a perception that occupiers don't register on the city's indigency register, or in fact that this is not an occupier subgroup per se, this is an inner city group, 43% are registered. Unemployment is high, but nearly half are employed in the formal and informal sector. COVID had a detrimental impact on people and their jobs. I think I'll stop there.
Yes, thank you. The next section is concerned with dwelling type and the findings around dwelling types, dealing with formal dwellings and block of flats being the most predominant type, 70%, that living space is limited, 51%, reporting access to one room, excluding bathroom and kitchen facilities, and nearly all households were not sharing their space with another family. Is there anything that you would add to that data?
I would just say that this helps inform us about what's going on in the inner city as a whole. It's largely formal buildings, flats, and families sharing, 93%.
Thank you. The next theme that drawing from data set 1 is around tenure. Recording in paragraph 231 that 69% were renting, 10% were allowed to stay rent-free by the owner, and then a breakdown in terms of those who were renting, and finally 21% owning their property. Is there anything that you would comment in relation to these statistics on tenure?
So the way that a formal survey like this works is that it wouldn't be capturing the social off-register protected tenure that I spoke about, although it's here. I think what's important about rental is that there we can see private rental, 232.1. Point 2 is social housing, a housing association. Point 3 is public. So when we talk about supply, in these different categories, we can see the different kinds of supply represented in the sample, sort of from the other end, if you like. 10% subtenants, 1% in other arrangements. And although 69% are renting, 21% own their property.
Thank you. Then tucked into the bottom of page 112 is a piece of data quite relevant to the central mission of the Commission around fire, where it's recorded that for the people who were interviewed, 3% of their households reported having been exposed to a fire where they lived in the previous 12 months. Do you have any comment to add in relation to that?
Well, I think any percentage is too much. And if you combine this with the occupier-specific data set, we can be directed towards where we need to focus attention to avoid even that 3%.
Thank you. From page 113, there are findings in relation to access to services. Now, we've dealt with access to services under the previous data set. We're still in data set 1 here, the GCRO data on access to services in the inner city as a whole. And again, these findings are made in relation to the same services that we were concerned with earlier, around sanitation, refuse removal, electricity. Would you be able to highlight the main conclusions in relation to access to services that emerge from data set 1?
Yes, a majority of households have some access to water, sanitation, refuse removal, and electricity. The problems that the households highlight are interruptions with water and electricity. As a result, satisfaction levels, I'm at 243, I don't know if I've jumped too far ahead.
No, that's helpful, thank you.
But 243 satisfaction levels are correspondingly high. Dissatisfaction, where it's reported, we can deduce relates to interruptions, and probably at 243 on page 117 in the case of water, to quality. The water interruption finding is indicative of a maintenance problem. Of course, we know a lot more about that now. So I think the issue here is that these are positive findings for an inner city plagued by perceptions of decay and dereliction. We think they suggest that planning for access to services for a minority who lack them should be an achievable goal.
Perhaps we can
Chair,
conclude with that point.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yes, it's about time you conclude.
Chair. So, Ms. Royston, the concluding paragraph on 245 points out that the concern is with the minority of households, because we're here in data set 1, which is the whole of the inner city, rather
Correct.
than occupied buildings.
Correct?
And paragraph 245 highlights concerns that I understand would apply to this minority of inner city residents.
Yes.
Concerns around access to energy being dangerous, around refuse removal, water services below minimum standards, and sanitation. Those conclusions appear to speak for themselves, and perhaps that's a useful point at which to conclude for the day.
Thank you, Advocate Brickell. Thank you, Commissioners.
Chairperson, those would be our questions for today.
Your witness will stand down.
Thank you.
As the Commission pleases.
The proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow at 10.